What if the happiest day of your life was actually the beginning of your greatest nightmare? As the sun sets behind the castle spires, its light flickering like the cameras of 1,000 wedding guests, darkness creeps closer, an omen cloaked in laughter and silk. Inside, a bride adorned in pearls and lace stands on the precipice of her own doom, blissfully unaware that a sinister plot twists beneath the gilded surface of her fairy tale. Laughter echoes in the hall, yet a chill weaves through the air. Friends or foes? Handshakes or hidden daggers? The wedding of Princess Arabella to the gallant Sir Cedric, a match made in the heavens, or a treacherous trap laid by jealous hearts? With every toasting glass raised, a new layer of deceit sharpens. The flower girl's innocent giggles mask a dark secret. The groomsman's smirk hides ambitions that could topple crowns. Whispers flutter like moths drawn to flame, igniting rumors, each more scandalous than the last. Who knew the royal lovebirds would become pawns in a game of treachery and betrayal? A jester juggles knives, the sharp blades twirling dangerously close to the unsuspecting audience. Yet the real spectacle unfolds behind the scenes. What happens when the vows become a catalyst for chaos? When a stolen kiss leads to bloodshed, and the wedding feast transforms into a banquet of betrayal? You think you know what's coming? Think again. The bride's bouquet holds more than mere flowers, it's a ticking time bomb of secrets, and someone's fingers are itching to pull the trigger. Picture the moment when the first screams pierce the jubilation. The walls echo with horror as candles flicker under the assault of foul winds. Is it a ghost from the past, or a threat from within? Guests scatter, and the once majestic ballroom crumbles into a battlefield of shattered dreams and shattered hearts. Amidst the chaos, Arabella clutches her wedding dress, but is it lace or a noose? As tensions spiral out of control, the future of the kingdom hangs by a thread, each unraveling secret a potential spark for an inferno. Cedric's love falters, loyalty crumbles, and trust evaporates like the last rays of sunlight. Who will rise from the ashes of this charade? Who will pay the ultimate price for a night that should have been perfect? In a world where betrayal wears a beautiful mask, one wedding rings hollow with dread. Veils conceal truths darker than the deepest well. Laughter becomes a weapon. Love, a battlefield. Forget the fairy tales. This is the real story, one of deception so thick it could choke a dragon. The worst nights of royal weddings don't just happen. They're meticulously orchestrated symphonies of chaos, where every note plays a part in a macabre melody. Are you ready to witness the unraveling? Or will you turn away, leaving the tales of betrayal and bloodshed to haunt the corridors forever? The clock strikes 12, and the next dance is about to begin. The clock tower loomed above the square, its hands frozen at midnight, an eerie mockery of time itself. The air hung thick, pregnant with anticipation, as if the universe held its breath. I stood there, heart hammering, watching as the shadows stretched and twisted, merging with the uncertain glow of gas lamps, creating pools of darkness that whispered secrets. I remember the way the cobblestones felt beneath my feet, slick with the evening mist, cold as the dread creeping up my spine. Are you sure about this? Clara's voice cracked like thin ice, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the velvet of the engagement ring nestled in her palm. The stone caught the light, a brilliant, deceptive sparkle that glinted with promise, yet it felt like an anchor dragging her deeper into the unknown. Her eyes were wild, darting, searching for a way out. I wanted to assure her, to sweep her into my arms and tell her everything would be all right, but the weight of her doubt pressed against my chest, suffocating. Just a formality, I replied, each word tasting like ash. How could I convince her when I couldn't convince myself? The words hung in the air, heavy with the unspoken truth that this engagement was a precarious balancing act, teetering on the edge of a chasm filled with our unhealed wounds. I caught a glimpse of Nathan across the square, his silhouette half hidden by shadows, the tension in his jaw mirrored my own. He was supposed to be the best man, but somehow, he felt more like a rival, a storm brewing on the horizon. The silence between us was thick, filled with the weight of unsaid things. I could see the unrelenting fear in Clara's eyes, a reflection of my own. We were trapped in a moment, suspended in the chaos of our doubts, like a bird caught in a storm. I want to believe in us, she whispered, and I could hear the whisper of her heart breaking. Then believe, I urged, But even as I spoke the words, my mind flickered back to the night we met, the laughter, the shared dreams under a sky littered with stars. I remember the way she'd looked at me, her eyes shimmering like the cosmos itself. That night, we had been infinite, two souls entwined in the delicate dance of possibility. But here we were, stripped down to our rawest fears, haunted by the ghosts of what could go wrong. Do you remember how time felt like liquid back then? Clara asked, her voice a tender thread in a thick fog of uncertainty. Like we could stretch it, bend it, live in those moments forever. I nodded, a lump forming in my throat as I recalled the laughter that echoed through our favorite cafe, the taste of fresh pastries mixed with dreams as sweet as honey. Those were moments stitched together with warmth, but time, the relentless thief, had stolen them, leaving only shadows of what had been. A sudden gust swept through the square, an icy whisper that sent a shiver down my spine. I turned my gaze to Nathan, who now approached with a confidence that felt more like arrogance. His smile was sharp, a knife glinting in the half-light, and I felt the fragile threads of my resolve begin to fray. Ready to do this, he asked, the words dripping with a casualness that belied the tension crackling in the air. Can we just talk for a minute? Clara implored, her voice trembling as she grasped my arm like a lifeline. I wanted to scream that we were past talking, past the moments of reflection that had brought us here, but instead, I nodded, feeling the weight of her hand resting against my skin, grounding me even as chaos swirled around us. The three of us stood in the encroaching night, surrounded by the shadows of our own making. Clara's heart was a fragile bird, fluttering wildly in the cage of uncertainty, and Nathan? He was a storm, a force of nature, both magnetic and terrifying. You know, Clara, he said, a smirk playing on his lips, sometimes the strongest ties bind us to the darkest paths. I felt the air thicken, a palpable tension crackling between us, a silent battle of wills. I wanted to reach out, to shield Clara from the dark clouds gathering around us, but I could feel the weight of my own insecurities, my own failures pulling me down. You think you know everything, don't you? I shot back, anger flaring like fire. More than you, apparently, Nathan retorted, his gaze sharp as a blade. The truth of it stung. He had always been the one with the easy charm, the one who could slip beneath the skin and find the soft spots, while I grappled with the jagged edges of my own heart. Stop it, Clara's voice cut through the tension like a knife. Just stop. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the fear radiating off her like heat from a flame. I could see her trembling, the cracks in her facade widening, and it terrified me to know that I was helpless to mend what was unraveling before us. I looked at her, really looked, and I could feel the weight of her disappointment settling onto my shoulders like a shroud. I remember when you believed in us, Clara, I said softly, desperation creeping into my voice. When we were just two dreamers, lost in our own universe. Dreams are just that, she replied, her voice a fragile whisper, fleeting. Sometimes, they lead us astray. And in that moment, I knew we were standing at a precipice, the ground beneath us soft and shifting, like the sands of time. Suddenly, the square erupted in laughter, a group of revelers spilling out from a nearby bar, oblivious to the storm brewing in our hearts. Their carefree joy felt like a mocking echo of our own despair, and I could feel the walls closing in, shadows inching closer, whispering things I didn't want to hear. Maybe we should just walk away, Clara suggested, her eyes darting toward the exit, a small flicker of hope igniting in her gaze. But the truth was, I could feel the chains of our decisions pulling us back, binding us to this moment, this fear, this uncertainty. Wait, I urged, the words spilling from my lips with a desperation I couldn't contain. Don't run away from this. But as the words left my mouth, I knew we were already running, each step echoing louder than the last, a race against time, against fate. And beneath it all, the clock tower continued to loom, a silent witness to our fate, reminding us that some moments, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The air was thick with tension, a palpable hush falling over the grand halls of the castle as a single, furious scream pierced the silence. It echoed, unsettling the very stones of the ancient walls, sending chills down my spine. I felt it reverberate through my chest as I stood there, breathless, heart racing, unable to move. The tapestry hung heavy with the weight of secrets, each thread a whisper of betrayal, each color a muted reflection of the turmoil unfolding within. I remember the way my hands trembled, fingers brushing against the cool, worn stone, grounding me in the moment. I was a spectator to a tragedy that felt as old as time itself. The hallway, with its flickering torches, suddenly felt claustrophobic, each shadow a looming specter of doubt. The royal family, the very image of grace and poise, was crumbling, their secrets spilling like blood on the polished marble floor. In the center of this storm was Eleanor, her eyes wild, brimming with tears that threatened to spill over. The eldest daughter, the one who bore the weight of duty like a crown of thorns. "You don't understand," she cried, her voice cracking, a fragile melody played on the strings of despair. She had always been the dutiful one, always the one to say yes, even when her heart screamed no. I could see the cracks forming in her porcelain facade, she was unraveling. But it was Richard, the youngest brother, who stood frozen at the threshold of the chaos, a storm brewing behind his stoic expression. His fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of his royal attire. Here was a boy caught between the laughter of youth and the heavy expectations of a bloodline that demanded perfection. I could see the pulse in his throat, the way he swallowed hard, the battle inside him playing out like a tragic opera. "Eleanor, please," he began, but the words were swallowed by the shadows creeping through the hall. I remember the chill that swept through me as I caught a glimpse of the accusatory glares exchanged between Eleanor and Richard, the unspoken words clawing at the air like wild beasts. It was a family divided, the fractures deep and raw. What had begun as whispered disagreements around the dinner table had escalated into a horrifying revelation, secrets now bared, raw and bleeding under the unforgiving light. A clock ticked somewhere, its sound a steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of our own panic. Time felt suspended, as if we stood in a cosmic limbo where the past and future collided, and all that remained was the present agony. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered, the ghosts of former kings, broken queens, of power and betrayal that had stained this lineage for centuries. Eleanor's breath hitched as she stepped closer to Richard, eyes glistening with a mixture of anger and heartbreak. "You think I wanted this?" "That I wanted to expose the truth," she spat, the words sharp enough to cut through the tension, each syllable a brick thrown in a glass house. "You think our family is perfect? That we don't carry the scars of our choices?" With every word, the air thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud. Richard flinched, but there was something else in his eyes, a flicker of understanding, a hint of shared pain. "We all have scars, Ellie," he said quietly, voice low but steady. "But exposing them could destroy us." As the silence cloaked the room once more, I could feel the world around us shift. The castle, once a fortress of safety, felt like a prison, each stone whispering of betrayal. The whispers grew louder, echoing in my mind, who had betrayed whom? Was it Eleanor, for daring to speak the unspoken? Or Richard, for holding onto the facade that only masked their deeper struggles? All around us, history breathed, an ancient witness to the turmoil of this moment. I could almost hear the laughter of long-gone royalty, lives lived behind heavy curtains, secrets tucked away like love letters. Yet here we were, the latest players in this dark game, caught in a web of our own making. In that moment, I realized I was not merely a bystander but entwined in this story, my own heart thundering in response to their anguish. I felt the weight of their decisions pressing down on my chest, echoing back to the choices I had made in my own life, the regrets that haunted me. The fear of the truth lingered like smoke in the air, both intoxicating and suffocating. And then, the silence shattered again, like glass breaking in a storm. Eleanor's voice rose, the storm within her boiling over. "I refuse to be a pawn," she yelled, the defiance igniting something fierce within me. "I will not hide anymore. The world deserves to know what we are." Richard recoiled, shadows flickering across his face like doubts in the dark. "You don't mean that," he cried, desperation creeping into his voice. "The price of truth is too high. You'll burn us all." Yet in her fury, I saw a glimmer of something profound, a desire to be free, to break the chains of expectation. She was not just fighting for her own voice, she was fighting for all of us. I could feel it there, raw and vibrant, coursing through the air like electricity. The conflict simmered, each moment stretching, until it felt like the very fabric of the universe held its breath. The past loomed, vast and ungraspable, while the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. I could see the darkness seep into Eleanor's resolve, doubt creeping in like a thief in the night. The fear of losing everything, of becoming the villain in her own story, was a relentless weight. Time resumed its relentless march, and in that heartbeat, I understood, secrets are not just burdens, they are chains that bind us, and in revealing them, we risk losing everything. But isn't the risk worth the possibility of freedom? As the echoes of their argument faded, I remained anchored in my place, the shadows pressing closer, the walls whispering their own secrets. I was alive within this turmoil, heart racing, breath heavy, as the royal family faced their reckoning, a reckoning that would thrust us all deeper into the abyss of what it truly means to be human, flawed, and desperately seeking connection in a world masked by expectations. And in that flickering moment of clarity, I realized the confrontation was just beginning, the tensions poised to unravel further, threads pulled until every hidden truth lay bare, raw and bleeding. The air thickened with anticipation, and I was left holding my breath, aware that the next blow could be the one that changed everything. The clock ticks, its sound a menacing heartbeat in the silence of the grand hall. The air is thick, festooned with the scent of roses and sweat. I stand at the altar, adorned in white lace, the veil heavy over my face like a shroud. My heart races, each thud a warning, reminding me of the truth I cannot voice. Around me, the world blurs, the guests, their smiles frozen in a tableau of expectation, the officiant, his voice a distant murmur, drowning under the weight of my indecision. I remember the way he looked at me when I said yes, eyes bright with dreams, a future painted in idyllic strokes. I remember how love felt like a warm blanket, cocooning me, sheltering me from the chaos of life. But now, love feels like a cage, barbed with doubts and fears. And then there's Liam. His presence lurks in the shadows of my mind, a haunting melody that whispers my name. I feel him, even from a distance, the pull of his gravity, the way my heart once danced in rhythm with his laughter. It's wrong, I know, but with every fiber of my being, I crave him in this moment, not the sweet suburban life promised by the man standing beside me, nor the vows that taste like ash on my tongue. I glance sideways at Mark, my fiancé, the man I am supposed to marry. His lips quirk into a smile, blind to the storm raging within me. He is everything society said I should want, stable, reliable, a good man. But as his hand tightens around mine, I feel the weight of expectation pressing down, threatening to suffocate me. The audience stirs, a collective breath held in anticipation. They don't know the battle raging in my heart. I do, I hear Mark say, his voice rich and steady, a sound that should soothe but instead rattles my very core. I want to scream, to shatter the silence, to confess that these vows are a prison, not a promise. I can feel the eyes of friends and family boring into my back, watching, waiting for my turn. I do, I whisper, almost as if I'm trying to convince myself. The words taste like iron, bitter and rusted. I think of Liam again. I think of the stolen kisses in the dark, when the world faded away and it was just us, two souls entwined in a fleeting moment that felt eternal. I remember the fire that ignited in me like a phoenix rising, a spark that now flickers dangerously close to dying. A soft cry cuts through the tension, and my heart stutters. A child, a young girl, maybe 7, with flowers in her hair, looks up at me, her innocent eyes wide with wonder. She believes in love, in fairy tales, in happily ever afters. I want to reach out, to tell her that sometimes love is a riddle wrapped in a beautiful bow, and that sometimes it's a monster lurking under the bed. I catch Mark's gaze, and in that moment, I see a flicker of doubt, of fear, mirroring my own. The facade cracks. There's a flicker of understanding, a shared unspoken question, are we both making a mistake? A rustle at the back of the hall catches my attention. My breath catches in my throat. It's Liam. He stands there, framed against the dim light, an enigma cloaked in shadows. The world fades, and only he exists. The memories flood back, noisy laughter in coffee shops, secrets shared beneath starlit skies, moments that felt real and raw. Time fractures. I remember the evening we spent on the rooftop, watching the city below pulse with life. You'll know when it's right, he told me, his voice a gentle caress against the backdrop of city noises. Trust your heart. I can almost hear him whispering those words now, drowning in the cacophony of my thoughts. I want to run to him. The urge is primal, a magnetic pull that threatens to unravel every carefully constructed thread of my life. I want to scream for him, to beg him to save me from this suffocating love that feels more like a prison than a promise. My heart races, thrumming against my ribcage, pleading for release. Mark clears his throat, his grip tightening on my hand. Are you all right? His voice is laced with concern, but it feels like a lifeline thrown into the turbulent waters of my soul. I look back at him, searching for something, anything, that would anchor me. But all I see is a man who believes in a future that terrifies me. And then the moment shatters, my thoughts racing like wild horses. I think of the life ahead, house, kids, routine. That safe, predictable path that feels more like a tomb than a home. I think of Liam's fire, the passion that consumed us, the way he saw me for who I truly was. I think of the wild, unrestrained laughter, the moments that felt like rebellion against the mundane. Wait, I say, the word tumbling out, a gasp escaping my lips like a breath finally freed. The hall falls silent, every gaze spinning toward me, shock and confusion painting their faces. Mark's face pales, his smile faltering, but there's no turning back now. The truth spills out, a floodgate unleashed. I can't go through with this. Gasps ripple through the crowd, a collective intake of breath, but all I hear is the pounding of my heart. I lock eyes with Liam, and in that moment, everything crystallizes. The uncertainty, the fear, the guilt, everything melts away, leaving only a raw, pulsing desire to reclaim my life. The clock ticks on, but time feels suspended, the air electric with the weight of my confession. A battle waged not only within me but within everyone in the room. Mark's eyes darken, hurt flashing beneath the surface. What are you saying? He whispers, disbelief coating his voice like venom. I'm saying I can't say I do when my heart is elsewhere. I breathe, trembling, the truth both liberating and terrifying. I feel the world shift beneath me, the ground shaking as I stand on the precipice of my own desires. And there, in that charged silence, a wave of realization washes over me, a last-minute change of heart that shatters the illusion of safety. The tension crackles in the air, leaving us suspended, with every heart racing, every eye watching. I feel alive, and yet, knowing that this moment is only the beginning of a tumultuous journey yet to unfold. The future looms darkly ahead, as I stand at the crossroads of love and fear, the weight of the universe resting heavily upon my shoulders. In the stillness, echoes of laughter and shadows of dreams linger, a testament to choices yet to be made. And the clock? It keeps ticking, relentless, reminding me that time waits for no one. It is the harbinger of all that lies ahead. The air was thick with the smell of burnt offerings and the weight of unspoken wishes. It clung to Simon like a second skin, suffocating and pervasive. He stood at the altar, the flickering candlelight dancing shadows across the centuries-old stone, his heart pounding in the rhythm of a war drum. The congregation, a sea of expectant faces, blurred into an indistinct mass. Was that anticipation in their eyes or merely the reflection of a tradition that gripped them tighter than the noose tightening around his throat? I remember the moment the priest's voice droned on, a monotonous chant that curled around my thoughts, squeezing the breath from my lungs. Do you take this woman? The words echoed in the cathedral, bouncing off the cold walls like lost souls searching for sanctuary. But I couldn't hear it. I could only hear my pulse, a frantic metronome counting down the seconds to a fate I felt powerless to alter. Across the altar stood Eliza, radiant in white, a vision of ancestral dreams and family pride. She was beautiful, of course, but beauty had become a shackle, binding me to a life I never chose. Her smile sparkled like sunlight on a lake, innocent and perfect. But behind that smile was an expectation, a legacy of generations demanding we fulfill our roles. I feared her gaze. It pierced through the layers of my resolve, exposing the doubts I had buried beneath layers of obligation. Do you take this woman? The priest's voice grew louder, and the congregation leaned in, eager for the climax of a tale as old as time. But there was no fairy tale ending for me. I felt like a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands, my every movement dictated by tradition. I could almost hear the whispers of my ancestors, urging me to comply, to surrender. A bead of sweat trickled down my spine, a cold reminder of my reality. The sudden crack of a candle falling to the ground shattered the tension, scattering wax like fragmented dreams. "Simon." Eliza's voice, sweet yet sharp, cut through the haze. She was searching my eyes, reading the turmoil etched on my face. I remember the way she'd looked at me in the garden, her laughter mingling with the scent of blooming jasmine. "What's wrong?" she asked, genuine concern lacing her words, weaving through the fabric of my discontent. I had pulled her close then, whispering promises of a future that now felt like a cruel joke. How could I explain? Inside me, a tempest brewed. The weight of history pressed down like a boulder, relentless and unforgiving. I didn't want to be the groom, a figurehead in a play scripted long before I took my first breath. I wanted to scream, to throw off the chains of convention that bound me. "Simon!" The urgency in her voice cracked like thunder. She reached for me, her fingers brushing against mine, igniting a flicker of warmth amidst the frigid chaos. But with that warmth came the searing heat of responsibility. I saw her dreams mirrored in my own, and yet, the reflection twisted, showing me a life I didn't want to lead. "Do you take this woman?" The question seemed endless, swirling around me like a tempest. "I can't," I whispered. The word slipped from my lips, a soft confession swallowed by the cathedral's cavernous shadows. Silence. A frozen tableau of disbelief enveloped the room. Eliza's eyes widened, raw, hurt, confusion mixing like colors in a storm. The world around us blurred, the murmurs of the guests faded into the background. The moment stretched, elongated like the fingers of a nightmare creeping closer, and I felt every heartbeat reverberate through the stone, echoing my own fear. "Simon, please," she pleaded, her voice a fragile thread pulling me back, urging me to see reason. But reason had fled, lost in the labyrinth of expectations and fear. "Think about our families, think about tradition." I interrupted, my voice rising like smoke from the extinguished candle. "About chains, Eliza? About living in a cage decorated with roses." The words spilled from me, fueled by a rage I could no longer contain. "I can't do this." The gasps from the crowd pierced through the tension, sharp as broken glass. I could feel their eyes, judgmental and cold, like vultures circling a wounded beast. But there was a spark of something within me, a wild, desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, I could break free. "What about love?" Eliza asked, her voice trembling, cracking like ice underfoot. The fragility of her spirit was a mirror to my own doubts, a reflection of the chaos swirling inside both of us. "Isn't that enough?" The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost haunting our vows. I wanted to answer, to tell her that love was more than tradition, that it was a force capable of breaking chains, of creating worlds. But my voice found itself lost in the shadows, drowned by the weight of history. "I remember the stories," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The tales of lovers who fought against the tides of tradition. But those stories, they never end well." Each word felt like a stone dropped into the abyss of uncertainty, rippling out into the darkness. They are ghosts that whisper in the night, reminding us of the cost of defiance. "Simon," her voice was barely a breath, a plea that echoed with despair. "We could rewrite the story. But could we? Could we shape our destiny beneath the oppressive gaze of our families, our ancestors, the very fabric of our existence woven with expectations?" The clock ticked on, each second a reminder that time was slipping away. I could see the glimmer of hope in her eyes fade, replaced by shadows of doubt. "Simon, please." A tear rolled down her cheek, glistening like a star swallowed by the night. "We deserve a chance." Yet, as the weight of tradition pressed against my chest, I felt the walls close in, a prison crafted by the hands of those who came before us. I was caught in a whirlwind of despair, an emotional storm threatening to rip apart the very fabric of what we had created together. "Do you take this woman?" The priest's voice trembled, a frail echo in a cavern of uncertainty. Each repetition of the question felt like thunder, reverberating deep within me, a relentless reminder of the battle between duty and desire. I looked into Eliza's eyes, searching for the flicker of the girl I had fallen in love with. I saw her pain, raw and real. And in that moment, I realized the truth: love wasn't enough to burn down the walls built by generations. The burden of expectation loomed larger than the love we shared. The tension crackled in the air, an electric pulse that wrapped around us both. "I can't," I whispered again, the words tasting bitter, as if they were coated in ashes. And as those words fell into the silence, the candle flames flickered, shadows leaping to life as if in response to the chaos I had unleashed. In an instant, everything hung in the balance: my heart, my future, our love, all teetering on the edge of acceptance and rebellion. The world swirled around us, time folding in on itself, and I knew that whatever happened next would change everything. Forever. The air thickens, heavy with the scent of damp stone and the echo of whispers lost to time. A chill flickers down my spine, dancing like the ghost of a long-forgotten courtesan, her laughter now a mere hollow memory reverberating in the castle's shadowed halls. I stand at the entrance, heart pounding, every beat a reminder that I'm not just a visitor here, I'm entwined with the living history of this place. Why did we choose this? Ava's voice trembles, a thread of panic lacing through her tone as she glances over her shoulder, as if the walls themselves might reach out and snatch her back into the past. Her auburn hair cascades wildly, like flames licking the edges of her fear. Her eyes dart, pupils wide, searching for solace but finding only darkness lurking behind every ornate tapestry. "I remember," I whisper, the words slipping out like a confession. "I remember the stories. The executions, the betrayals, the love that turned to ash. This place breathes history, Ava. It's alive." And yet, I too feel the weight of dread crawling up my throat, a serpentine reminder of the lives extinguished beneath this roof. The grand ballroom, once a stage for laughter and dance, now stands as a mausoleum of forgotten dreams. Crystal chandeliers hang like icy tears, reflecting the faint light that barely penetrates the shadows. I can't help but picture the ghosts swirling around us, their ethereal forms caught in an endless waltz of despair. "Do we really want to host our wedding here?" Ava asks, her voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken the spirits that haunt these ancient stones. I see her wavering, the dream of happily ever after battling with the oppressive air of despair that thickens around us. "Do you remember why we came?" I counter, leaning closer, my breath ghosting over her skin. "We wanted something extraordinary, something that would leave an imprint, a mark on our souls, and this place, with its dark past, it's unforgettable." The words tumble out, desperate, echoing off the stone walls, filled with the energy of memories long lost. "Extraordinary? Or cursed?" She shudders, and I can feel the tremor of her fear like a whispered promise of calamity. Memories of her childhood invade my thoughts, the stories she shared, the grim fables of the castle, the witch trials, the lost souls that roamed the forest. I remember her father's stern warnings, the caution etched into his brow as he spoke of the malevolent forces that clung to the land. I remember, I murmur, letting the cadence of those words hang in the charged air. The girl found in the well, the whispers about the king's madness. It's all part of the story. It's thrilling. My voice rises, buoyed by a reckless fervor, but the excitement feels like a thin veneer over the reality we're about to dive into. Then, there's Jacob, our other half, his laughter the balm that soothes Ava's fears. He steps into the light, a stark contrast against the shadows, his smile bright yet tinged with uncertainty. Are we really doing this? It feels wrong. His voice, deeper and steadier than I expected, reverberates through the air like a warning bell. He's always been the anchor in our tempest, but here, in this place steeped in sorrow, even he wavers. Wrong? Or perfectly right? I challenge, tasting the thrill of possibility. Think of the stories we'll tell. The guests, the magic. This is history, woven with dreams and nightmares. It's alive, Jacob. I can see it in his eyes, wonder battling fear, excitement sparking against trepidation. Or a funeral, he mutters, glancing around as if the walls might yield some horrific truth. The tension hangs thick, a palpable thing that chokes the air. I can almost see the flicker of shadows stretching, bending, as if the castle is watching us, holding its breath. Ava's fingers entwine with mine, the warmth of her palm a fragile beacon against the chill. "What if we're opening a door we can't close?" she whispers, her voice shaking, each word laced with growing unease. I tighten my grip, anchoring her to this moment, to the present, as the shadows stretch and twist, whispering secrets we're not yet ready to hear. "I remember," I say, holding her gaze, searching for the spark of belief that brought us here. "I remember the promise of love, how it can conquer even the darkest histories. This venue, this haunted castle, it's a testament to resilience. To passion that refuses to die." My voice rises, fierce, but the shadows around us seem to absorb my passion, pulling it into their depths. Suddenly, a shrill laugh echoes through the corridor, bouncing off the stone walls like a harbinger of doom. We freeze, breath hitching in our throats. "Did you hear that?" Jacob's eyes widen, and I can feel the air crackle with fear. "Yes," I reply, though the word feels like a betrayal. My heart races, a drumbeat matching the chaos within. "But it's just a trick of the wind, right? Just echoes of the past." I wish I could believe it. But then, a figure materializes from the darkness, a silhouette draped in shadows, the contours of a woman flickering in and out of existence. Her eyes, two dark voids, bore into us, pulling at our very souls. The world around us blurs as every instinct screams to run. To escape this place where past and present collide, where love and fear dance a delicate waltz. "Help me," her voice whispers, a haunting melody that pierces the thick veil of silence. It stirs something deep within me, a longing that feels dangerously familiar. I wonder if she is a reflection of our own fears, of love lost, of dreams that fade into whispers. Ava's grip tightens, her breath shallow, and in that moment, I understand the true weight of our choice. We aren't just stepping into a venue, we're walking into the arms of history itself, dark, twisted, and rich with emotion. The air crackles with unspoken words, with promises and regrets etched into every stone. "Maybe we should go," Jacob murmurs, but I shake my head, the determination swelling within me. We must face this moment, confront the shadows if we are to claim our future. The ghosts around us don't just haunt, they inspire, they challenge. I take a step forward, heart racing, eyes locked on the spectral figure. "We're here to honor the past," I declare, voice steady, echoing in the silence. To weave our own story into the tapestry of this place. The figure flickers, the shadows swirling around her, as if considering my words, as if the past is listening. And in that heartbeat, I realize we are not alone. The castle holds our dreams captive, shrouded in the mystery of its dark past, a past we are now entwined with, forever changed. The clock struck a haunting 12, its echo reverberating through the dimly lit hall. An uninvited gust swept through the open windows, sending shivers down the spine of everyone gathered. As laughter ricocheted off the walls, masking the tension, the air crackled with unspoken words, uninvited controversies simmering just beneath the surface. I could feel it, the tautness in my chest, the way family secrets slithered like shadows in the corners of the room, waiting to pounce. I watched Marissa, my sister, nervously twisting a silver locket that hung around her neck, the same one our mother had gifted her on her birthday before the world had turned on its head. Marissa had always been the golden child, perfect grades, a perfect smile. But tonight, that smile was a fragile mask, cracking under the weight of our father's scorn. She was desperate for his validation, yet she was also aware of the chasm widening between them, a chasm fueled by years of resentment and misunderstandings that never found the light of day. "Why didn't you invite her?" Dad's voice boomed, sharp as glass, slicing through the laughter. I flinched, feeling the heat rush to my cheeks. I could see the other guests, their eyes flickering like moths drawn to a flame. They leaned in, hungry for the drama, while I felt rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the very thing I feared most, confrontation. Because I didn't want her to ruin this night, Marissa shot back, her voice trembling, but fierce. "Not again." Each word felt like a pebble thrown into a still pond, rippling outward, unsettling the carefully curated surface of our family's image. I could sense the tension building, thick and sticky, wrapping around us like a gauzy shroud. I remember how we used to dream of family gatherings filled with warmth, love spilling over like a fountain. But those dreams had been slowly chipped away, replaced by memories of fights, accusations, and silences that lasted too long. Mom stood in the background, a ghostly figure, her eyes darting between us, as if trying to catch the shards of our family before they fell completely apart. She was supposed to be the glue, the one who held us all together, but in her silence, she became complicit in the rift that had formed. I could feel her disappointment, sharp and piercing, like a knife twisting in my gut. "Just let it go," she whispered, though whether she aimed the words at Marissa or Dad, I couldn't tell. I remember the scents that lingered in the air, the savory aroma of roasted lamb mixed with the bitter tang of unspoken words. The room felt alive, pulsing, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the explosion that was bound to come. I felt the tension coiling in my limbs, a tightness that screamed for release. "Do you even care?" Dad's voice cut through the air again, this time quieter, but the raw edge of pain was unmistakable. "Do you care about this family? Or is it all just about you?" He stared at Marissa as if she had betrayed him, a spark of rage igniting in his eyes. I could see her crumbling, the facade of control slipping, and my heart ached for her. "I'm trying," she cried, and there it was, the vulnerable truth, laid bare before us. "But I can't keep doing this. I can't keep pretending everything is fine when it's not." Her locket glinted under the chandelier light, a reminder of a better time, as if it were mocking us all. And then silence fell, a thick, oppressive hush swallowing the room whole. The laughter dissipated, replaced by the ticking of the clock, each second stretching out like an eternity. Time seemed to slow as I watched Marissa's face crumple, and my heart shattered into a million pieces. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the gap between us, but the weight of history held me back. I remember when we were kids, I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible above the silence. Memories flooded back, silly games, laughter echoing through the backyard, the way we would sneak into the kitchen at midnight to steal cookies. We used to be happy. The words hung in the air, awkward and heavy. Dad's gaze softened for just a fraction of a second, as if he too were peering into a past that shimmered like a mirage, tantalizing yet unattainable. But just as quickly, the hardness returned. "That was before you started thinking you were better than the rest of us," he spat, and I felt the blood drain from my face. Marissa's eyes sparked with defiance, igniting something fierce within me. "I never said I was better. I just want to be seen, to be heard." Her voice cracked, and in that moment, it felt like the walls around us trembled, like they might cave in from the pressure of our truths. "Seen? Heard?" Dad's laugh was bitter, laced with scorn. "Is that what this is about? Playing the victim? You think I like watching you throw away our family?" Each accusation sliced through the air, sharp and merciless, as if we were standing on a battlefield, each of us armed with our emotional armor, but too wounded to fight. The clock ticked on, its sound maddeningly loud. I could feel the pulse of the room, the collective breath of everyone else hanging on this moment. I wished I could dissolve into the shadows, disappear like a ghost, but instead, I stood paralyzed, feeling the weight of our family's legacy pressing down on my shoulders like 1,000 heavy stones. Marissa's voice trembled, fragile yet unwavering. "I don't want to be part of this war anymore. I want peace." Her words hung in the air, a plea, a wish. But peace seemed like a distant star, unreachable, shimmering just out of grasp. I realized then, painfully, that the battle was not just hers, it was ours, woven into the very fabric of our family. And as the clock continued its relentless march, I understood that the night was far from over. The confrontation had only just begun, and the echoes of our uninvited controversies and family feuds would linger long after the guests had left, haunting us like specters in the night. Time continued to tick, and I could feel the inevitability of what was coming, a storm brewing on the horizon, waiting to unleash its wrath. That moment, just before the clock struck midnight, felt electric. The air hummed with anticipation, heavy like a storm ready to break. I could hear the muffled laughter from the ballroom, the clinking of glasses, the rustle of silk and sequins, but all I felt was the cold sweat trickling down my back. It was supposed to be a night of glamour, a celebration of dreams stitched into fabric. Instead, it was a ticking time bomb wrapped in a dress. I looked at Myra, her eyes wide, panic spiraling behind them. "It's not going to hold," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the chaos. The truth hit me like a punch. The seams of her gown, intricately woven, were betraying her. With every heartbeat, I could feel the tension snapping tighter, the fabric threatening to unravel. She'd poured her soul into that gown, and now, like a cruel joke, it was ready to betray her in front of everyone. Across the room, Henry stood, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. I could see him trying to piece together the fragments of our night, the laughter, the toasts, the whispers that danced between us like shadows. He was the one who had convinced her to wear it, to flaunt her beauty like a trophy. But the beauty was a mask, and what lay beneath was a tempest waiting to erupt. "I remember when you first showed me the design," I said, my voice trembling with urgency. "You were so proud. You said it was a piece of you." I reached for her hand, but she pulled away, her fingers curling into a fist. "Now it's just a disaster waiting to happen." "No," she snapped, the hurt in her voice cutting deeper than any seam could. "It's not just a dress. It's everything I've always wanted to be. It's perfect." But the fabric frayed with her every word, the glittering threads whispering secrets of ruin. I could see the tiny tears, invisible to everyone else but glaringly apparent to me. I turned back to Henry, his face etched with a mixture of admiration and regret. He had once seen Myra as a beacon of brilliance, a star shining in the darkness of his own insecurities. But tonight, that light flickered, and I could see the shadows creeping in around him. "You need to help her," I said, the weight of my desperation hanging between us. "Before it's too late." He opened his mouth to speak, but the words fell apart like the threads of Myra's gown. She was beautiful, but tonight, beneath the weight of expectations and the fabric that should have liberated her, she felt like a ghost haunting her own celebration. And then it happened, a soft rip, like a silk whisper, echoing in the cacophony of laughter. Time slowed. I watched as Myra's eyes widened, the realization dawning, a stark horror that screamed from her face. "No, no, no." She looked down, and I followed her gaze. The fabric hung precariously, threads unraveling like dreams caught in a storm. "Just breathe," I yelled, as panic clawed at my throat. "Breathe, Myra." The gown, once a cocoon, had turned into a cage. The laughter around us faded, replaced by the sound of her heartbeat hammering in her chest. "I can't," she gasped, her voice lost under the weight of her expectancy, the pressure of her aspirations. I could see the panic rising, a tide threatening to drown her. The insecurities that had haunted her since childhood were clawing their way to the surface, sharp and vicious. I felt her fear gripping me, tight like a vice. Henry finally stepped forward, his resolve hardening. "Myra," he said, his voice steady, though I could see the tremor in his hands. "You're more than this dress. You're you." His words hung in the air, fragile yet powerful. He reached for her, but the distance between them felt like an abyss, filled with unspoken words, fears, and unfulfilled promises. "I was supposed to feel beautiful," she whispered, tears glistening like stars in the depth of night. "But all I feel is exposed. Like I'm unraveling." The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder of the impending disaster. Myra was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her dreams flipping like pages in a storm. The threads of her gown were not just fabric, they were the very fabric of her identity, unspooling before her. "Let me help you," I urged, stepping closer, my heart thundering in sync with hers. "We can fix this." But the weight of her dreams was too heavy, too intricate to bear. "It's too late," she said, voice trembling, her reflection flickering in the mirror beside her. "I'm not enough. I never was." A shiver ran through me, clawing at the walls I had built around my own insecurities. Because who was I to tell her she was enough when I couldn't even convince myself? In that moment, surrounded by the glitz and glamour, all I could feel was the raw, gaping wound of our truths laid bare. Henry reached out, his hand trembling as it brushed against her shoulder. You're everything, Myra. Don't let a dress define you." But his words felt like a lifeline tossed into a stormy sea, fighting against the rage of tides. The gown erupted in a series of snaps, like gunshots in the silence, and we all flinched, drawn back to reality. Myra gasped, panic seizing her. The fabric ripped free, falling away as if shedding the weight of 1,000 expectations. In that instant, the world erupted around us. Laughter turned to gasps, whispers morphed into screams. The atmosphere crackled with energy, the room transformed into a battlefield of emotion and chaos. But Myra stood there, trembling, raw, and beautiful in her vulnerability. The dress now lay in tatters at her feet, a macabre crown of fabric that no longer defined her. She took a breath, shaky but resolute, her eyes flickering with something fierce. And just like that, I realized, the dress disaster wasn't just a malfunction behind the seams. It was the awakening of something deeper, the release of burdens not meant to be borne. The chaos, the heartbreak, the beauty of imperfection surged through her like an uncontainable flame. The night held its breath, time suspended, and in that charged silence, we felt the weight of everything that had led us to this moment. The echoes of laughter and whispers faded into the shadows. The clock ticked on, relentless, but now, Myra was free. "Let's go," she said, her voice steadying. "I don't need this." And with that, we stepped forward into the unknown, the remnants of the past trailing behind us like ghosts, ready to embrace whatever moment came next. The laughter echoed in the grand hall, a tapestry of joy woven from the shimmering glow of chandeliers and the clinking of glasses. I stood there, a ghost at a feast, watching as my sister, Eliza, twirled in her white silk gown, the fabric swirling like the dreams we'd shared beneath starlit skies. I remember that moment vividly, the way she beamed, her laughter spilling over like champagne, innocent and breathtaking. But lurking behind the mirage of celebration was an undercurrent, a whisper of dread, and the scent of something foul, masked by the sweet aroma of roasted duck and garlic mashed potatoes. I hadn't wanted to come. Weddings had always been a stage for family drama, a parade of expectations and untold grievances. But Eliza had begged me, "Please, just be there for me." And so I was, trapped in a moment that felt like a live wire, sparking with potential, yet teetering on the brink of disaster. Then, somewhere in the middle of the revelry, the laughter morphed. I remember the faces, twisted in confusion, their smiles faltering, eyes darting toward the buffet spread. The caterers, too eager and too proud, their faces flushed with the promise of culinary triumph, began to fade into the background. They didn't see it coming. None of us did. "Is something wrong?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the rising tide of panic. Eliza, oblivious, continued to dance, lost in her own world. I wanted to reach out, to pull her away from the impending disaster, but I couldn't move. It was as if my feet were glued to the polished floor, and the air grew thick, suffocating in its sweetness. A scream shattered the hall, slicing through the mirth like a knife. It belonged to Margaret, the bride's mother, clutching her stomach, eyes wide with horror. Time froze, a cruel puppet master pausing the play, and all at once, the laughter turned to gasps, the clattering of silverware turned to chaos. I remember the way her face contorted, veins popping against pale skin, as if the very essence of life were expelling itself from her body. "Call an ambulance," someone shouted, their voice trembling, a small ripple in the ocean of fear that had begun to swell. I turned, looking for Eliza, but she was still twirling, blissfully unaware, lost in the music that now seemed to mock us. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the impending catastrophe. And then it spread, like a dark wave crashing upon a fragile shore. The guests began to stagger, clutching at their throats, gasping for air, their faces a blend of confusion and horror. I stumbled backward, catching a glimpse of the caterers, their faces drained of color, eyes wide with realization. They were panicking, fumbling at their aprons, as if the very act of serving had turned criminal. I remember the moment I felt it, the first wave of nausea. A creeping sensation curling in my gut, like a serpent coiling tighter and tighter. The world tilted, spinning out of control. I fought it, clawing at my throat, reminding myself that I had to stay strong for Eliza, but it was no use. I felt the bile rise, a hot, bitter tide, forcing its way up, and I stumbled toward the restroom, desperate. Inside, the lights flickered, casting shadows that danced like demons across the walls. I splashed water on my face, but when I dared to look in the mirror, I hardly recognized the woman staring back at me. My eyes were wild, haunted. I remembered the nights we used to giggle under the covers, plotting our futures, dreaming of love and laughter. But here I was, trapped in this nightmare, surrounded by the echoes of a joy that now felt like a cruel taunt. Please, I cried to the universe, as though it might answer. Not today. Not her day. But it was as if fate had twisted its knife, reveling in the chaos that unfolded beyond the restroom's thin door. The sound of sirens wailed in the distance, a haunting lullaby of impending doom. I stumbled back into the hall, where bodies lay strewn on the floor like discarded dreams. My heart raced, panic clawing at my insides as I searched for Eliza amidst the sea of chaos. I caught a glimpse of her, slumped against a table, eyes darting wildly, confusion etched across her delicate features. Eliza! I reached for her, my voice raw and desperate, but another wave of nausea crashed over me, and I gasped for breath. I felt the weight of 1,000 fears, each one a ghost whispering, taunting, reminding me of the fragility of life. In that moment, I saw her, the caterer, the architect of this horror. He stood frozen, mouth agape, eyes wide as he beheld the devastation he had unknowingly wrought. I wanted to scream at him, to tear apart his pristine white jacket, to demand how he could allow this to happen. But the words stuck in my throat, choked by a tide of despair. Eliza's eyes locked onto mine, and in that fleeting moment, I saw every unsaid word, every shared dream, and every fear we had ever held. It was as if the universe had collapsed into that singular gaze, binding us together even as chaos swirled around us. "Help me," she whispered, and my heart shattered. I surged forward, the world blurring around the edges. I remember the chaos, the screams merging into a cacophony of despair, the scent of something rotten lingering in the air. I grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of life against the cold dread creeping in. Sirens grew louder, but they felt distant, like a dream just out of reach. In that moment, everything else faded, the laughter, the joy, the love that had filled this hall moments before. All that mattered was Eliza and the fight against the darkness encroaching on her light. I would hold her, I would fight for her, even as the shadows stretched and twisted, wrapping around us like a shroud. And as the ambulance doors swung open, the medics rushed in, and the chaos swirled like a tempest, I realized that we were standing at the edge of a chasm where hope and despair danced in the shadows, a reminder that even the brightest moments could lead to the darkest depths, and that love was both a shield and a weapon in this heart-wrenching nightmare. The room was alive with a riot of colors, a vibrant tapestry of petals, each bloom screaming for attention. Roses, lilies, daisies, all jostling for space in a narrow, cluttered shop. But amidst the beauty, a dark tension hung, thick and suffocating, like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember the moment my breath caught, a premonitory shiver racing down my spine. The door swung open with a jangle of bells, and there he stood, Lucas, my best friend, his face a mask of confusion and desperation. He was clutching a bouquet like it was a lifeline, his eyes darting around as if seeking escape. "Claire!" His voice cracked, shattering the floral piece. I moved closer, the scent of roses rich and cloying, like honey gone bad, tangling in my throat. "What's wrong?" My heart pounded against my ribs, each thud a warning. I could feel the air shift, the playful chaos of the shop turning sinister. "They said you'd love these." He thrust the flowers towards me, excitement sparking in his gaze. But I was rooted in place, the words echoing back to me like a ghost. I had told him once, just once, in passing, how much I adored sunflowers, their golden faces always following the light. The memory of that day was a warm glow, a tiny ember in my chest, but it wasn't enough. Not when I felt the telltale itch creeping up my throat, pollen, a delicate assassin, slipping through the cracks of my willpower. "Lucas," panic crept into my voice, thick and sticky. The flowers were beautiful, but every petal was a threat. "I can't." His face fell, shadows pooling in the corners of his mouth, eyes darting, searching for an answer. What do you mean you can't? I thought. His words trailed off, confusion morphing into something darker, heavier. I'm allergic. I gasped, the air thickening around us. You know that. He stepped back, the bouquet wavering like a flag in the wind. I thought it was just the pollen from the wildflowers. I thought you could handle. I can't handle anything. I felt the heat rise in my cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and frustration bubbling over. My throat tightened, each breath a battle, a war raging within my own body. You were supposed to remember. The accusation slipped from my lips, each word a dagger. Claire, his voice cracked, a whisper of regret. I thought what? The word slipped out, razor sharp. That I would suffer for your idea of a perfect gift. I watched the flicker of hurt in his eyes, the way he flinched, like I'd drawn a line in the sand. A line we both knew had been crossed. And then, the silence wrapped around us, heavy and suffocating. The shop was suddenly too small, too bright, the flowers too vivid. I could feel the shadows creeping in, the memory of my last reaction to a bouquet, the frantic call to 911, the siren slicing through my panic. I remember the last time, I whispered, my heart thunderous. The last time I had a reaction like this, Lucas's face paled, and I could see the gears turning in his mind, the realization hitting like a punch. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make you happy. It was supposed to be a celebration, an anniversary, a moment to cherish. Now it felt like a death sentence, each inhalation growing more labored, the floral scent enveloping me, a shroud of impending doom. Happy? You think flowers make me happy? My voice was a strangled scream, laced with bitterness. You think you can just bring me a bouquet and it's all okay? What about you? I was spiraling now, a whirlwind of fear and anger. What do you want, Lucas? What do you want from me? His eyes widened, and for a brief moment, I saw the hurt flicker there, raw and real. I want you to be okay, he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Around us, the world continued, blissfully ignorant of the storm brewing in our hearts. A couple laughed outside, the bells still chiming cheerily as if mocking our despair. I could feel the weight of my own miscommunication pressing down on me, a heavy cloak suffocating any sense of clarity. The petals whispered secrets I couldn't quite grasp, the memories blurring like watercolor on canvas. I fumbled for words, grasping at the air as if it might hold the answers. I remember when flowers meant love, not pain. The admission hung between us, a threadbare confession. Lucas's shoulders slumped, and he stepped closer, the bouquet trembling in his hands like a fragile truce. I thought we were beyond all that. I thought we were friends. Friends don't give each other death sentences. The words stung, but they were meant to cut. I could feel the anger rising, a tidal wave ready to crash over our fragile agreement, our vibrant friendship slowly wilting under the pressure. His gaze dropped to the floor, shame draping over him like a shroud. I could see the way he wrestled with his emotions, the chaos boiling just beneath the surface. And in that moment, I realized, this was more than just flowers. This was about us, about all the things left unsaid, buried beneath layers of well-meaning intent and clumsy gestures. Claire, I'm sorry, he whispered, and I could hear the echo of his heart breaking. The weight of it settled around us, the air thick with unspoken words. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that stretched infinitely between us. But the flowers loomed, oppressive, a cruel reminder of what had been lost in translation. And so we stood there, engulfed in a silence that felt both like a beginning and an end. Outside, the world continued to turn, the sun dipping beneath the horizon, casting long shadows that curled and twisted like our unresolved feelings. The petals trembled in the dusk light, and I felt the walls of the shop close in, each flower a reminder of what might have been, what we might have said, but didn't. As his silhouette blurred against the backdrop of blossoms, I realized that the nightmare wasn't merely the flowers, but the lies we told ourselves to survive, the miscommunication that could cut deeper than any bouquet ever could. The shutter clicks, a sharp gasp in the silence that fills the narrow alley, where the shadows cling like secrets, thick and heavy. I stand frozen, the lens trained on a moment so raw it could split the world in two. A child stares back at me, eyes wide and hollow, the remnants of joy dissolved into the concrete of despair. I remember that face, stained by grime and fear, the way it pierced through my insides like a shard of glass. I remember the thrill of capturing something beautiful, only to realize the beauty was a mask for tragedy. "You're too late," a voice cuts through the air, jagged and desperate, as Maria pushes past me, her camera slung around her neck like a noose. Her breath comes in sharp, panic bursts as she sprints to the street. I chase her down, every footfall a reminder of my own failures. The moment slips away, just another ghost I can never catch, so many fleeting reflections lost in the chaos of this life we've chosen. "Look!" She points, her finger trembling like a fragile branch in the wind. It's happening. The street is alive, electric with the tension of the crowd gathered for a protest, a swell of humanity pulsing with hope and fear. I can see their faces, some angry, others resolute, a few lost in thought. I want to capture it all, the energy, the despair, the fight for something greater. But I can feel it, the weight of my own broken choices pressing down like a shroud. I should have been here earlier, should have caught the first spark, the moment when the ember ignites into a blaze. Instead, I'm left to chase shadows, haunted by the lingering echoes of what could have been. I remember the nights spent in darkened rooms, the clatter of old film canisters and the scent of developing chemicals, each click of the shutter a desperate prayer for redemption. I remember the thrill of the unexpected shot, the invisible thread of fate weaving through my lens. But this was different. This was heavy with consequence, every frame a potential crucifixion or a lifeline. "Isaac, focus!" Maria shouts, her voice snapping me back, but the urgency is like a knife twisting in my gut. I glance at her, seeing the passion in her eyes, the fire that burns so fiercely it threatens to consume her. They're fighting for their lives. I raise my camera just in time, capture the fleeting moment as a young man steps forward, defiance etched across his features. The world comes alive in a burst of color, the crowd a whirlwind of motion. My heart races, but an unsettling dread coils in my chest. I remember how the last protest ended, the cries of anguish, the screams of despair, desperate faces crushed under the weight of injustice. I remember how I stood, frozen, unable to lift my camera, paralyzed by the truth that I was capturing something that could destroy lives. "Look at what you're doing!" A voice erupts from the crowd, filled with rage and sorrow. It cuts through the cacophony, and suddenly, I'm aware of the camera in my hands, aware of the power it holds, and the folly of wielding it carelessly. I glance at Maria, her eyes bright with fervor, and I wonder if she sees it too. The weight of our choices, the burden of our art. We are both hunters, but what if we're hunting the wrong moments? What if in our quest for beauty, we become the monsters of someone else's story? A flash of movement pulls me back. The young man is now at the forefront, arms outstretched, a living banner of defiance. A single tear glistens on his cheek, a single heartbeat away from shattering the fragile truce of hope surrounding him. Instinct drives my finger to the shutter. Click, 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 the world blurs around him, the moment crystallizing into something eternal. But I feel it, the tension, barely contained chaos, a storm waiting to break. The memory of my last misstep looms large, the time I captured a moment of laughter only to find out it was the last gasp before tragedy struck. The boy who laughed too freely, his innocence snatched away like autumn leaves. I'd thought I was an artist, instead, I was a voyeur in a world too dark for such beauty. The crowd surges forward, the young man's voice rising above it all, a sweet, haunting melody mixing with the chant of resistance. It's intoxicating, and I'm swept away, drowning in the tide of emotions. But then I catch a glimpse of the shadows, dark figures weaving through the throng, cloaked in malice, eyes glinting with threat. I remember the whispers about them, the ones who come to silence voices, to extinguish flames. I remember the dread that chills my bones, this could end badly. "Isaac, we need to move." Maria's voice breaks through the fog of my thoughts, but I can't tear my gaze from the boy, his spirit so bright, so defiant. I feel the world collapse around me, a slow-motion collapse, the kind where time warps and stretches, where the heartbeat of the universe thunders in my ears. Click! The camera captures it all, the hope, the fear, the pulse of life striving against the inevitability of darkness. And then it happens. A shout, a surge, the crack of chaos erupting, an explosion of sound and fury. I'm thrown back, the camera slips from my hands, and in that split second, I see the boy's face morph from defiance to terror. The shadows emerge, swirling into the fray, and I realize we are no longer witnesses, we are part of the storm. Maria screams, the sound a piercing wail that spirals through the chaos. I scramble to my feet, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. This is not the beauty we sought, this is a reckoning. I see fear in the eyes of the young man, I feel it clawing at my insides, and I know, that this moment, this is what we've come to capture. But what if it's the wrong moment? What if in this desperate pursuit of truth, we've forgotten what it means to protect those we photograph? I remember, oh God, I remember the faces I couldn't save, the moments I couldn't change. In this moment, the shadows envelop us, and I realize, this is not just photography. This is life, raw and unfiltered, a dance on the edge of a blade. And as I lift my camera once more, adrenaline coursing through my veins, I know the folly of my actions. I know the weight of capturing the wrong moments, and yet, I press the shutter again. Click! 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 The world spins, the moment stretches, and in that instant, I am both witness and participant, forever ensnared in the web of what it means to be alive. The sky, once a gentle blue, roared to life, darkness swallowing the sun as if it were a cruel trickster, snuffing out warmth and light. The air crackled, heavy with anticipation, electric and cold. I stood there, heart racing, the ground trembling beneath my feet, as ominous clouds gathered, like a whisper of doom. It felt like the world was holding its breath, and so was I. Look at the sky! Emily shouted, her voice barely piercing the wind that whipped around us, pulling at her wedding dress, making her look like a restless spectre caught between realms. Panic danced in her eyes, a reflection of the storm brewing within. She had dreamt of this day, every detail stitched into her heart, every moment painted in pastel hopes. But now? Now, the universe conspired against her, and with each clap of thunder, I could see her dreams fraying, unraveling like the lace on her veil. Is it too late? I whispered, though I already knew the answer. The ceremony, the culmination of months of planning, stood on the brink of chaos, teetering like a fragile house of cards. I felt the weight of her fear, thick and suffocating, and it twisted in my gut. She had pinned her faith on this day, and I could do nothing but watch as the heavens threatened to tear it all apart. Just breathe, Caleb murmured, trying to ground us both, though his own breaths were ragged. His hands trembled as he clutched the carefully folded vows, ink smudged from the restless toss of his fingers. No one could read them now, not against the backdrop of nature's fury. He was the rock, the steady presence, but inside, I could see the storm raging, an internal tempest reflecting the chaos outside. He was a man caught between what he wanted and what the universe had deemed fit to toss at him, like cruel dice thrown in a game of chance. Lightning split the sky, a jagged scar that illuminated everything, every worry, every doubt. What if it rains? Emily had asked me, her voice small but her eyes wide with hope. It won't, I had promised, despite the growing knots in my stomach. And now? Now, the storm laughed at my optimism, mocking my attempts to shield her from disappointment. Do you remember the day we met? Caleb said suddenly, his eyes locked onto Emily, a flicker of warmth breaking through the turmoil. You wore that ridiculous purple hat. He chuckled, and the sound rang out, sharp and defiant against the thunder. Emily's lips curved, a fleeting smile brushing her features, but it faltered as the wind howled, a reminder of the reality pressing in. I just wanted to stand out, she replied, her voice a fragile tremor. Not fade away. Neither of you will fade, I breathed, but the words felt hollow, empty against the roar of nature. The wind howled, and with it came the rain, sharp, stinging, and relentless. It hammered against the ground like 1,000 tiny fists demanding attention, drowning our laughter, saturating our hopes. It was as if the world itself wept for us, for the dreams we clung to, for the love that felt both fragile and fierce. My heart sank as I watched Emily's face twist in anguish, the rain drenching her gown, the delicate fabric clinging to her skin, a ghost of the vision she had held so dear. "Isn't it poetic?" I said, my voice trembling. "Like Shakespeare, or something." But my humor felt misplaced in the face of her heartbreak, a desperate attempt to lighten the weight of despair, and it faltered between us, hanging like the rain-soaked air. Emily's laughter was a choked sob, and that sound cut through me sharper than any storm could. "Poetic? It feels like a tragedy, a cruel joke played by the universe." I thought. Her breath hitched, and the words fell away, swallowed by the tempest. "Thought what?" Caleb pressed, stepping closer, his eyes searching hers. "You thought this day would be perfect." There was something raw and honest in the way he looked at her, a flame flickering against the darkness. "Nothing is perfect, Emily. We make it perfect, through storms and sunshine." But in that moment, it felt like the storm was swallowing us whole, and I wasn't sure if any of us could breathe. The wind screamed a violent protest, tossing our dreams aside like confetti in the gale. The wedding arch, once a delicate symbol of love and hope, creaked ominously, swaying under the onslaught, as if it, too, sensed the weight of our fears. "I can't stand here, drenched and helpless," Emily cried, her voice cracking, a fragile whisper lost amidst the chaos. "This is not how it was supposed to be." And it wasn't. It was a nightmare draped in darkness, and we were all trapped in it, caught in the web of our own expectations. "It's not how it ends that matters," Caleb said, his voice low, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea. "It's how we face the storm." I felt the intensity of his words tugging at something deep inside me, urging me to rise above the chaos. In that moment, we were not just three souls caught in a tempest, we were warriors, each battling our own fears, our own heartbreaks. The rain poured down, washing away the facade of perfection we had clung to, revealing what lay beneath, a raw, unfiltered love, messy and real. And then, in the eye of the storm, something shifted. Emily took a breath, her shoulders squared, determination flaring in her eyes. "If this is how it has to be," she declared, her voice rising above the howl of the wind, "then let it be. Let's get married, even if it's a disaster." Caleb's hand found hers, gripping tight against the chaos swirling around us, and I could see the fire igniting in his gaze. "Together," he said, and it was a promise, a vow that resonated through the storm. In that moment, as the rain poured and the wind howled, we became something more than ourselves, three hearts beating as one, defiantly challenging the storm. And as I stood there, drenched and breathless, I realized that the tempest would not dictate our love. No, we were the storm, and we would rise above it, fierce and unyielding, ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. But even as the storm raged, I felt the weight of uncertainty press heavily on my chest. What would happen next? Would the storm tear us apart or bind us together? I didn't know. All I could do was hold on to that moment, the raw intensity of our resolve, the flickering hope amidst the chaos, and let the tempest rage on, for the battle was far from over. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension thick enough to cut through. I stood beside the road, the asphalt glistening under the harsh glare of the streetlights, the hum of the city fading into an eerie silence. A chill danced across my skin, a whisper of something foreboding. It was just hours before the big day, the day that was supposed to change everything. The excitement was palpable, you could taste it. But fate had other plans. I remember the sound, the sickening crunch of metal against metal. It struck like thunder, echoing through the night, reverberating deep in my bones. Time slowed. My heart raced. I turned, my breath catching in my throat, and there it was, a twisted heap of wreckage, smoke curling into the dark sky like a ghost trying to escape. "Jenna!" My voice tore through the silence, raw and panicked. I didn't recognize it as my own. It felt foreign, unanchored. She was standing there, her eyes wide, glistening with a sheen of terror. The world around her blurred, her vibrant spirit dimming like a light flickering out. Jenna was my sister, my other half. And in that moment, I felt as if the universe had pulled a cruel trick. "Please, just stay back." Her voice cracked, a fragile thread that threatened to snap. She was always the brave one, the one who jumped into the fray while I held back, but now she was frozen, rooted in fear. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her into the folds of safety, but something held me back, an invisible force, a resignation that gripped my chest. And then I saw him, Mark, our father, his face a mask of anguish. He was digging through the wreckage, his hands frantic, his body shaking, a specter of desperation. I stumbled forward, every step heavy with dread. "Dad!" The word echoed, a plea buried under the weight of everything left unsaid, every moment lost to the past. I remember the scent, burnt rubber, blood, the metallic tang of fear. It clawed at my throat, making it hard to breathe. The world twisted, colors blurring into a watercolor nightmare as I approached. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, a clock ticking down to something catastrophic. "Mark!" Dad's voice sliced through the chaos, raw and jagged. He pulled at the door, metal shrieking in protest. My stomach dropped. It was a sound that would haunt me. I could see a figure crumpled inside, a flicker of recognition sparking a cold dread. Is he? I couldn't finish the thought. My mind refused to entertain it, like a child hiding from a monster under the bed. But the truth was there, lurking in the shadows, a beast ready to pounce. I glanced at Jenna. Her face was pale, a canvas of confusion and fear. What if she started, but couldn't finish? The unspoken words hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I remember when we were kids, I blurted out, grasping for something, anything, to fill the chasm of despair. We used to sneak out, play hide and seek in the dark, thinking we were invincible. My voice trembled, a desperate attempt to reclaim a flicker of innocence, to push back against the encroaching darkness. "Now look at us," she whispered, her gaze glued to the wreckage, her heart unraveling in real time. "We're just lost." The sirens wailed in the distance, a banshee's call growing louder, echoing like a relentless heartbeat of the night. The red and blue lights painted the asphalt, turning the scene into a grotesque stage where horror played out in slow motion. I felt small, insignificant in the grand scheme of things, each second ticking away like grains of sand through an hourglass. "Hold on, just hold on," Dad shouted, desperation clawing at his throat as he pulled harder at the crumpled door. I felt helpless, a spectator to our own tragedy, as he fought against the weight of fate. I reached out, my fingers brushing against Jenna's arm, grounding myself in her presence. The shards of glass glittered like stars fallen from the cosmos, a cruel reminder of shattered dreams. I could hear the whispers of 1,000 possibilities, the life we were supposed to have, the wedding, the laughter, the toasts. It all felt so distant now, like a mirage fading in the heat of the day. And then, in a blink, there was a shift. The door creaked open, and time froze. The air thickened with that unbearable tension, a moment suspended between hope and despair. I saw him, Mark, the laughter echoing in my mind now a haunting specter. "Dad!" I screamed, my voice rising above the chaos. I wanted to wake him, to pull him back from the edge of that abyss threatening to swallow him whole. But the look on Mark's face was empty, a hollow shell, and I realized in that instant, we were not just witnessing destruction, we were standing on the precipice of loss. In that moment, with the world crashing down around us, I felt the weight of everything, the dreams, the hopes, the unfulfilled promises. I closed my eyes, the darkness swallowing me as I braced for the inevitable. And then, just as quickly as it began, the sirens cut through the night, a piercing wail that brought the world rushing back. Time resumed its cruel march forward. I opened my eyes, tears spilling down my cheeks, mingling with the reality of our shattered lives. "Stay with me," I whispered to Jenna, my heart racing, each beat a silent prayer. But the night was far from over, and the shadows still lurked, waiting to unveil their truth. The stage was set, shadows painted in the dim light, the haunting hint of smoke lingering in the air. The clock ticked louder, each second echoing like a heartbeat, a steady reminder that time was slipping away. I stood there, breathless, as if the very essence of the moment threatened to swallow me whole. The scent of sweat and desperation hung heavily, curling around us like a noose. It was just rehearsal, yet it felt like the world was watching, waiting for us to falter. Cecilia stood center stage, her voice trembling, cracking under the weight of her own words. "You're not even trying, Jason." Her eyes flashed with a mix of fury and fear, a dangerous cocktail that ignited the atmosphere. Jason, wiry and frantic, shook his head, his face pale and drawn, like a spectre caught between two worlds. "I am trying. But how can I when you keep changing your lines? What do you want from me?" The tension curled in the corners of the room, thick as fog, stifling and omnipresent. I could feel the air change, every breath turning heavier. I remember the way the wooden floor creaked beneath our feet, almost in sync with the mounting discord. The stage lights flickered, casting ghostly shadows, a reminder of the spirits that lingered in our chaos. "Just stop thinking about yourself for a minute," Cecilia shouted, her voice a whip that cracked through the silence, and I felt an electric charge shoot through the room. I wanted to shield myself from this storm. Words became weapons, each syllable a dagger aimed at the heart. For a fleeting moment, I wished we were all just characters in a play, detached, distant, free from the fray. But we weren't. I remember when we used to laugh during rehearsals, I whispered, but the words drowned in the tempest, washed away by the tide of their argument. It felt like a betrayal, like I was standing at the edge of a precipice, watching my friends tumble into darkness. I glanced at MIA, standing at the back, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her lips a thin line of discontent. She was always the peacemaker, but tonight, her patience was fraying, unraveling like an old tapestry. "This isn't just about you two," she finally burst out, her voice cracking, revealing the raw emotion she tried so hard to mask. "We're all in this together, and if you keep fighting, the show will fall apart." But her words were like whispers in a storm, lost amidst the gale. Jason shot her a look, eyes narrowed, as if he were desperately trying to decipher a riddle he couldn't solve. "You don't get it, MIA. It's not about the show anymore. It's about trust. Trust." The word hung in the air, palpable and stinging. I could see it all, past betrayals, whispered secrets, hearts laid bare in the silence of night. I could feel the walls closing in, the space between us shrinking as if the universe itself was folding in on our shattered bonds. We were actors, yet here we were, raw, exposed, human. I remember, I started again, my voice trembling, but this time it felt like a plea, a desperate attempt to reach out, to pull them back from the brink. I remember when we believed in the story we were telling. But they wouldn't listen, the tide of their anger swept me away, leaving me gasping for breath, drowning in their turmoil. Cecilia took a step forward, eyes burning with righteous indignation. "And you've lost that belief, Jason. You've forgotten what brought us here." Her voice echoed through the empty theater, a haunting lament that danced with the shadows. Jason's fists clenched, jaw tight, a storm brewing within him. "No, Cecilia, it's you who's lost it. You're so caught up in your own ego that you can't see what's right in front of you." He took a step closer, the distance between them crackling with intensity. Every heartbeat was a countdown to a detonation I could feel in my bones. I wanted to scream, to shake them out of their madness, but my voice was lost in the chaos. I felt like a ghost, watching my friend spiral deeper into a chasm of despair. I wanted to reach out, but my hands trembled with fear. MIA, caught in the crossfire, moved forward, her expression softening, but her words were sharp as she urged, "Please, let's find a way back to each other. We can't lose this. Not like this." But despair had a grip on Jason's heart, and it twisted him, contorting his features into something unrecognizable, something monstrous. "You think this is about the play? This is about our lives," he shouted, and the words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the air thickening with unspoken fears. What if this was the end? What if we crumbled under the weight of our dreams? What if the echoes of our laughter faded, replaced by the ghosts of our failures? It was terrifying, the thought of losing each other, of unraveling like a worn-out thread. In that moment, I felt the walls of the theater close in, the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us, a dark embrace that threatened to consume what little light remained. I could hear the whispers of the past, ghosts of previous rehearsals, memories echoing through the silence, reminding me of laughter and camaraderie. Remember the time we almost missed the curtain call? I said, grasping at straws, desperate to pull them back. We ran through the streets, laughing, breathless, and it felt like we could conquer the world. I thought of our shared dreams, the warmth of 1,000 memories that had once connected us, the threads of our friendship not yet severed. But the moment hung there, fragile, teetering on the edge. Cecilia's face softened for a heartbeat, just a heartbeat, before the storm surged again. "But that was a long time ago, wasn't it?" she asked, her voice small, lost in the din of anger. The weight of her words settled on us, heavy and suffocating. This was more than a rehearsal, it was a reckoning, an unraveling of everything we once held dear. Each heartbeat echoed louder, and I could feel the impending crash of our dreams, our hopes, and our trust. As I stood there, on the brink of despair, I realized we were all running from something. Each of us, haunted by the shadows of our past, the ghosts of our failures. How do you breathe when every breath feels like a betrayal? It was chaos, raw and unyielding, drawing us in, a vortex of emotions threatening to swallow us whole. The clock continued to tick, and outside the world moved on, indifferent to our struggle. But here, in this moment filled with pain and passion, fear and fury, we were suspended between memories and dreams, caught in a tangled web of love and loss. And as the storm raged on, I felt the ground shift beneath us, a foreshadowing of what was yet to come, the climax of our shared tragedy looming ever closer, and there was no escaping it. A chandelier hung precariously, its crystals trembling as laughter ricocheted off the walls of the grand hall, masking an undercurrent of tension so thick it felt like smoke. The air was laced with the scent of fresh roses and something darker, a hint of betrayal, simmering just beneath the surface. I stood at the edge of the crowded room, heart racing, staring at Lisa, my sister, so radiant in her white dress, the personification of joy. It was supposed to be a celebration, but even joy has its shadows, and I could feel them creeping closer. "Do you really think they'll show?" I muttered, half to myself, but Lisa heard me. Her smile faltered, a flicker of uncertainty sparking in her eyes. I could almost catch a glimpse of her thoughts, swirling like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. The tension was palpable, a fragile string stretched taut, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. "I don't know," she replied, her voice steady but her hands trembling, betraying her calm facade. "Mom insisted on inviting everyone. Even them." The them hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and oppressive. It was as if a ghost had slipped into the room, uninvited but impossible to ignore. I had hoped the wedding would be a fresh start, a moment to mend our fractured family. Instead, it felt like I was standing on a powder keg, the tiniest spark could ignite an explosion. My gaze was drawn to the far corner, where my parents stood, Mom, smiling tightly, as if her lips were painted on with a brush of forced cheer, Dad, his jaw clenched, a storm brewing behind his eyes. They were the architects of this chaos, two people who loved fiercely enough to destroy what they built. I could feel their disappointment, their helplessness wrapped in a facade of civility, as they navigated the minefield of family expectations. And then, there was Mark, Lisa's fiancé, calm, collected, yet I sensed an undercurrent of fear rippling beneath his solid exterior. I watched his smile split the difference between joy and dread. He had no idea what kind of Pandora's box he had opened by marrying into a family like ours. My heart ached for him. This was supposed to be his dream, the fairy tale we all wished for but never quite believed in. Yet, the laughter felt wrong, like a song sung out of tune. "Are you ready?" Lisa's voice broke through my thoughts, a hint of worry lacing her words. "It's almost time for the toast." "Yeah, sure," I forced a smile, but inside, my stomach churned, a tempest of emotions threatening to spill over. As we approached the center of the room, the crowd quieted, all eyes turning towards us. I felt the weight of their gaze, scrutinizing, judging. I could almost hear the whispers, the speculation swirling like a dark mist. "Here's to love." I raised my glass, my heart pounding. "To new beginnings." The words tasted bitter on my tongue. And then it happened. The door slammed open, a gust of cold air sweeping through the hall, stealing the warmth and laughter, replacing it with something icy and foreboding. In walked Aunt Clara, her presence like a dark cloud blotting out the sun. She hadn't been invited, yet here she was, the embodiment of family rivalry. Her gaze pierced through the room, settling on my parents, her thin lips curling into a smirk. "Am I late to the celebration?" she drawled, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or just in time for the fireworks?" I felt the collective intake of breath, everyone frozen, caught between laughter and horror. It was as if the air had thickened, each heartbeat echoing in the silence that followed. Lisa's face paled, a mixture of disbelief and dread washing over her. I could see the panic in her eyes, a wild flame flickering, threatening to consume her. "Clara," my mother's voice was a tightrope stretched too thin. "This isn't the time, oh, but it's the perfect time." Clara cut her off, her laughter sharp and unyielding. "You've always had a flair for theatrics, haven't you? Or is that just your way of burying the hatchet?" It felt like a punch to the gut, the unspoken resentments bubbling to the surface in a flash of anger and bitterness. I could see Dad's fists clenching at his sides, his knuckles white, a silent warning brewing in the storm behind his eyes. "Please, just," Lisa's voice trembled, her hands grasping for control amid the chaos. But the fire was already ignited, and the flames were licking hungrily at the edges of civility. "Just what, dear?" Clara shot back, her tone mocking. "Want to keep pretending that everything is perfect? That we're one big happy family? Enough!" Dad's voice thundered, shaking the very foundations of the hall. The room fell silent, the air crackling with tension, as all eyes turned to him. "This is Lisa's day. You will not ruin this for her." But it was too late, the rift had opened, and the floodgates were unleashed. Old wounds, festering and raw, poured out in a rush. Accusations flew like arrows, sharp and piercing. Secrets, too long buried, whispered from the shadows, haunting us all. I stood there, caught between two worlds, one of love and hope, the other of bitter rivalry and heartbreak. Each shout, each tear, sliced through me, a reminder that this was more than just a wedding. It was a battlefield, and we were all soldiers, fighting against our own flesh and blood. A chilling silence fell, heavier than before, as the echoes of our anger faded into the corners of the room. I could feel the air shift, something primal awakening within us. In this moment, we were not just family, we were adversaries, entwined in a struggle that felt as ancient and unyielding as time itself. And as I looked at Lisa, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, I realized that this was only the beginning. The wedding might go on, but like a clock ticking down to an inevitable explosion, I knew the true battle was yet to come, an outburst waiting to ignite, a family rivalry poised to swallow us whole. The music started again, a haunting melody that seemed to mock our disarray, and I couldn't shake the feeling that even the universe was watching, holding its breath, waiting for the fireworks to begin. The clock's relentless ticking filled the air, an intrusive metronome counting down the moments until chaos descended. Outside, the wind howled, a ghostly wail that twisted through the trees like an omen. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety, a palpable tension that shimmered just beneath the surface. I could feel it in my bones, a gnawing sensation that something was dreadfully amiss. There were supposed to be 20 of us tonight, 20 faces, 20 lives woven together in this dimly lit hall, dressed in whispers and laughter. But as I looked around, my heart sank. Only 17. The others were ghosts, mere shadows of their promised selves. They were late. Or worse. And every second that passed tightened the grip of dread around my throat. Julia stood by the window, her fingers clutching the curtain as if it were a lifeline. Her eyes, wide, frantic, scanned the horizon as if she could summon them back with sheer willpower. I remembered the way she'd laughed earlier, a melody of hope. But now, her laughter felt like a distant echo, swallowed whole by the rising storm. "They should have been here by now," she whispered, voice trembling. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that everything would be all right, but the words caught in my throat like a jagged stone. We both knew better. The unspoken truth hovered between us, thick and suffocating. We were celebrating what felt like the end of a chapter, a new beginning, and yet it threatened to unravel before our eyes. "Maybe they got caught in traffic," Alex suggested, forcing a smile that faltered under the weight of uncertainty. He fiddled with his tie, a nervous habit like a moth brushing against a flame. I admired his bravado, but it only stoked the fire of my unease. I could see the flicker of panic in his eyes, the way he glanced towards the door as if he could will it to open. Time twisted, warped under the pressure of our collective worry. I remember moments like this, suspended in space, where every tick of the clock felt like a countdown to something inevitable. I could feel my own heart quickening, beating louder than the relentless tick-tock, as if it were trying to drown out the whispers of doom swirling around us. "Julia," I said softly, breaking the silence that had settled like a damp fog. What if they don't come?" There it was, the question that hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I watched her face collapse, a fleeting shadow of despair flickering across her features before she steadied herself, refusing to succumb to the darkness. "We will wait," she declared, resolve hardening her voice. "We will wait until the last minute." But even as she spoke, I watched her hands tremble, the curtain quivering under her grip. The storm outside raged like a chaotic symphony, the wind clawing at the windows, as if trying to breach the sanctuary we'd created within these walls. The clock continued its inexorable march, the hands moving forward with a ruthless precision, while the shadows lengthened, creeping across the floor like creeping dread. I could hear the whisper of the past in the rustling leaves, the ghosts of those we'd lost to circumstances beyond our control. Memories clashed within me, a father's laugh, a sibling's embrace, and I felt the weight of unfinished conversations, of words left unspoken. "Maybe they're just stuck," Alex said, attempting to inject some cheer into the room. His smile was a thin veneer, cracking at the edges. "You know how traffic can be." But his words fell flat, a flimsy bridge over a chasm of despair. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and we all flinched, our hearts leaping into our throats. But it was only the storm, pushing its way inside, an unwelcome guest that sent chills racing down our spines. I could smell the rain, earthy, wild, and filled with the scent of impending doom. "Let's organize a search," I blurted out, the idea exploding in my mind like fireworks. "We can't just sit here." The urgency coursed through me, igniting a spark of hope that felt absurd against the weight of our despair. "There are still a few minutes left." Julia shook her head, her eyes flashing. "We can't leave. What if they come? What if they show up the moment we're gone?" Her words struck me, raw and real, and I could see the fear etched in her brow. It mirrored my own. The thought of them being out there, alone in the dark, was a knife twisting in my gut. "Then we'll split up," Alex suggested, rising to the challenge. "I'll take the left side of the road, you take the right. If they're out there, we'll find them." I nodded, the determination swirling like a tempest in my chest. "Okay. Let's go." As we stepped outside, the storm enveloped us, a whirlwind of chaos and uncertainty. The rain lashed against our skin like icy needles, but we pressed forward, hearts racing, adrenaline coursing through our veins. With every step, I felt the shadows close in around us, the darkness whispering secrets, taunting us with what we feared most. I remember running, my heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the storm. Every splash of my feet against the puddle surged with desperation, each breath heavy with the weight of our missing friends. I felt alive, caught in a frantic dance with the unknown, driven by fear and fueled by hope. But time was slipping through our fingers, and as we searched, the air thickened with the foreboding truth that perhaps we were too late. Shadows lengthened around us, swallowing the light whole in their embrace. And just when I thought the night couldn't get darker, the sirens began to wail in the distance, slicing through the storm's chaos, a chilling reminder that some truths are far worse than we can imagine. The hall was silent, a stillness so thick you could slice it with a dagger. The air quivered with tension, a palpable whisper of dread hanging just above the polished oak floor. I stood at the edge of the chamber, the weight of history looming like a spectre, watching as the royal decree unfurled itself before the council. It was a parchment, yellowed with age, yet fresh with the stench of betrayal and ambition. I remember how it felt, the cold sweat trickling down my spine, each heartbeat a drum signaling the end of an era. Lord Alaric, his face a mask of stony resolve, held the decree in trembling hands. This was the moment we'd all feared yet never truly believed would come. The throne was more than a seat, it was a battlefield, and we were mere pawns in a game played by unseen hands. By royal command, Alaric began, his voice a mixture of reverence and fear. The territories of Langoria shall be merged with Varenthia, effective immediately. Each syllable exploded in the air, a cannonball tearing through the fabric of our fragile allegiance. It was a declaration that would echo through the ages, suffocating the lives of those who dared to oppose it. I caught Lady Eloan's gaze across the chamber, a flicker of panic in her emerald eyes. She had always been the heart of our rebellion, the spark that ignited hope in the darkest corners of our hearts. But today, that flame flickered dangerously close to extinction. "This cannot be," she mouthed, but the words felt heavy with futility, like stones sinking into the abyss. "Why?" I wanted to scream, to tear the decree from Alaric's grasp and burn it, watching the ashes dance like forgotten dreams. But all I could do was watch as the council erupted into chaos, voices rising like a tempest, each clamoring for their piece of the power pie, oblivious to the devastation brewing just beneath the surface. Time fractured into shards, clocks ticking loudly in my mind, mocking the moment. I remembered my father's grave words, "The crown is a burden, not a blessing." He had worn it for a year before it crushed him, and I felt the same weight pressing against my chest. A kingdom was unraveling, and yet all they cared about were their titles and territories, ghosts wandering through a banquet of egos. "Do you see what they're doing?" Eloan whispered, her voice trembling. "They're playing us against each other." Her hands clenched into fists, but I could see the cracks forming, the fear threading through her resolve like a dark vine. "They are not just merging lands," I murmured, my voice barely rising above the din. "They are merging destinies. They are turning friends into enemies." It was a betrayal as sharp as a knife, and it twisted deeper each moment we stood there, paralyzed by inaction. As the council debated, their faces morphing into grotesque masks of greed and ambition, I felt the weight of the world crash against my soul. I thought of the common folk, the ones who tilled the fields, the ones who sang songs of hope in the shadows of despair. They were the ones who would bleed for this decree, and yet they would never see the parchment that dictated their pain. "Watch closely," Rianne, Eloan urged, her voice a quiet storm. "We have to find a way to fight back. They won't stop until we're all ghosts in their game." Her determination washed over me like a tide, pulling me from the depths of my despair, forcing me to breathe in the salt of rebellion. But how could we fight such a monumental wave? It was easy to romanticize rebellion in the candlelit corners of taverns, where our laughter mingled with the scent of spiced ale and hope. But now, staring into the faces of the council, I realized we were merely moths drawn to a flame that could consume us whole. "Alaric!" I called, my voice breaking through the chaos. The room fell silent, eyes turning toward me, judging, calculating. "You must see reason. This decree will destroy our kingdom." I felt the fear pulse through me, but beneath it, a flicker of courage ignited. I was no longer just a witness, I was an advocate for those who had no voice. "Speak wisely, boy." Alaric's voice was laced with authority, but I saw the doubt creeping into his eyes, like shadows lengthening with dusk. "You tread dangerous waters." "Dangerous?" I scoffed, the bitter taste of resentment pooling on my tongue. "This is treachery. You know what lies beyond this decree, a bloody aftermath, a cacophony of violence that will shatter our lands into dust." The room shifted again, the tension thickening like fog rolling in over a desolate moor. I felt Eloan's hand grip mine, a lifeline in this storm of uncertainty. I wanted to believe we could rally the council, turn them back from the precipice of madness. But the truth clung like smoke, choking any hope I had of reason prevailing. Then a voice pierced through the silence, low and steady. "What you speak of is not treachery, it is a new order." It was Lady Talia, her eyes glinting like shards of glass. "We are not children playing at war. This is the future, and those who do not adapt will perish." Her words were a blade, cutting deep, weaving through my heart. I remembered the night spent under the stars, dreaming of a better world, a world where power didn't dictate the fates of the innocent, where friendship wasn't severed by greed. "Adapt!" I shouted, rage fueling my voice. You would have us sacrifice our people for the sake of ambition. The chamber erupted again, chaos swarming like bees disturbed from their hive. My heart raced, the pulse of rebellion pounding in my ears. I saw Eloan's face, the determination igniting the fire in her soul. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every person whose life would be swallowed by this decree. But the shadows loomed larger, whispers echoing through the halls like a prelude to a storm. I could feel the weight of decision shifting, the air crackling with impending doom. And as the council looked toward the horizon, uncertain but unwilling to relent, I knew this was only the beginning, a prelude to a conflict that would shake the very foundation of our world. I remembered my dreams of a better kingdom, but now, those dreams felt like ghosts, haunting me with the weight of their unfulfilled promise. And as I stood there, on the precipice of rebellion, I realized something had changed within me. I was no longer just a boy caught in the tide, I was a force to be reckoned with, ready to forge a path through the darkness. The royal decree had been cast, but we were not yet defeated. The game was only beginning, and I could taste the bitter tang of defiance on my lips, a promise that we would fight. And fight we would, even if it tore us apart. The clock's tick echoed like a drumbeat of impending doom in the dense air of the room. Shadows clung to corners, whispering secrets that hung just out of reach. I stood in the center, heart racing, the silence pressing down like a weight too heavy to lift. The walls felt alive, breathing in tandem with my fear. Outside, the world moved on, blissfully unaware of the storm that churned within me. I remember the look on Sarah's face, a mask of disbelief and fury, her eyes sparking like flint. "You didn't, did you?" she spat, her voice laced with venom, slicing through the thick tension. The accusation hung between us, sharp as glass, ready to cut. I felt the heat of her anger radiate, a tangible force that made my skin prickle. All I could do was shake my head, but a part of me withered under her gaze. I would never. And yet, doubt lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. I could see it in her clenched fists, the way her breaths came fast and shallow, like she was on the edge of something primal. It was a misalignment of stars, a crooked fate that had led us here, and in that moment, I was nothing but a ghost in my own life, haunting the place where trust used to dwell. Across the room, Mark paced like a caged animal, the tension radiating from him like heat off asphalt. "This is insane. We're tearing each other apart over rumors." The words burst from him in a rush, but they felt hollow, a desperate attempt to bind the fraying rope of our friendship. I wanted to believe him, to cling to the hope that this was just a misunderstanding. But the night's events echoed relentlessly in my mind, gnawing at my resolve. I remember the party, the laughter, the music spilling out into the night like syrup. But shadows had danced in the corners then too, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. "Did you see how he looked at her?" I had whispered to Mark, caught in a moment of vulnerability. His face had tightened. "What does it matter? We're all friends here." But I had sensed the jealousy lurking beneath his calm exterior, a festering wound beneath the surface. Now that wound was gaping wide, infected with suspicion. "Friends?" Sarah's laugh was bitter, a sound that twisted my gut. "Is that what you call this? Friends don't betray each other." Each word was a bullet, ricocheting against the walls of my heart. I felt my footing slip, the ground beneath me shifting to reveal chasms of betrayal. In the back of my mind, I realized that the accusations were not just about a single act, they were a reflection of everything we had failed to say, the truths we had hidden away like dirty secrets. The night pressed in on us, heavy and oppressive. Outside, the moon hung low, an ominous eye that bore witness to our unraveling. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock in my chest, counting down to an inevitable explosion. I wanted to scream, to shake them both and make them see the futility of this blame game. "You're tearing us apart." My voice cracked, a wounded animal's plea. But in that moment, it felt like treachery hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Mark stopped pacing, his face a mask of indecision. "What do you want from me?" he demanded. There was desperation in his tone, an edge that frightened me. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the precipice, but the space between us felt like a chasm that threatened to swallow me whole. "I want honesty," I shouted, feeling the heat of anger and fear rise like bile in my throat. I want to know what you really think, what you really feel. The truth hung there, raw and throbbing, and I could feel the tremors of our past shaking loose. Memories of late-night talks, laughter shared beneath stars, the warmth of friendship, it was all at stake, teetering on the edge of this boiling conflict. Sarah stepped forward, her stance fierce yet vulnerable, the fire in her eyes dimming to something softer, more human. "I'm scared," she confessed, voice trembling. It was a moment of softness, a crack in the armor we wore, and for a heartbeat, the world around us paused. What if we lose each other? What if this is the beginning of the end? And her words struck me like lightning, illuminating the depths of my own fears. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down, time ticking away like grains of sand slipping through fingers. "We won't," I said, desperate for her to believe me, even as my own heart trembled. "We can't let this destroy us." But the air crackled with unresolved tension, the undercurrent of betrayal coiling around us like a serpent ready to strike. In that fragile silence, a decision loomed: would we stand together, or would we let the shadows of doubt consume us? Our eyes locked, the moment stretching like an eternity, an electric current of unspoken truths coursing between us. I could sense the swirling emotions, a cocktail of fear and hope, grief and anger threatening to spill over. This was not just a confrontation, it was a reckoning, a moment that would define us. And as the clock ticked on, relentless and cold, I knew that whatever happened next would change everything. The world outside faded into a blur, reduced to a mere echo of the chaos that reigned within these four walls. I felt the weight of their gazes, the intensity of our shared history, and in that moment, I understood we were all haunted by our pasts, by dreams unfulfilled and promises broken. The shadows grew longer, the silence deepening, as I prepared to confront the swirling tempest of emotions that threatened to pull us under. The air crackled with the electricity of unspoken accusations, a storm brewing that could either cleanse us or rip us apart. I didn't know how it would end, but I could feel it building, an avalanche waiting to crash, and I stood at the precipice, ready for the fall. The church bells toll in the distance, their chimes slicing through the heavy, humid air like a knife, each note clanging against the walls of the heart. Eden stands frozen, her white dress billowing like a storm cloud around her, the fabric almost too pristine for the chaos brewing inside. It's her wedding day, but she feels like a ghost haunting a celebration meant for the living. Shadows flicker behind her, whispers of doubt curling around her mind, grasping at her throat. She remembers laughter, bright and carefree, echoing in this very space, but today, the air is thick with something unspeakable. "I can't do this," she breathes out, her voice barely a whisper, but it reverberates through the silence like an alarm bell, shattering her resolve. Her mother's hands tighten on her shoulders, grounding her yet pushing her deeper into a pit of despair. "Eden, you're being ridiculous," her mother snaps, eyes blazing with expectancy. "You're marrying the love of your life." Love. That word feels foreign now, tainted. She glances sideways, where Jonah stands, handsome and oblivious, a smile plastered on his face as he chats with his best man. Her heart twists painfully, like an iron vice tightening against her chest. How can he smile when the truth hangs like a guillotine over their heads? The air around Jonah hums, electric and inviting, but his laughter feels like a distant echo from another world. She remembers the way he once looked at her, the kind of look that promises forever, that swears to guard her heart with the ferocity of a lion. But that promise is now stained with doubt, with betrayal, with the weight of a secret she can't shake. I saw the text, "Jonah," she whispers just loud enough for him to hear, a whisper laced with the poison of fear and accusation. His eyes widen, the thrill of joy evaporating like mist in the morning sun. In that instant, she sees the world shift. The perfect wedding, the perfect love story, imploding within the confines of her chest. "What are you talking about?" He steps closer, urgency etching lines into his forehead. "The message," she hisses, "the one you sent her." Every word stings, like salt on an open wound, and she wonders if the guests outside can hear the crack in her voice. "You said you loved her." "Eden, I was drunk." He falters, like a ship lost in a storm. She sees it then, the desperation in his eyes, the flicker of a truth that he desperately wants to deny. I remember, she murmurs, her voice trembling. I remember you promising me the moon and stars and everything in between. Memories swirl like smoke, dancing under the light of 1,000 promises made, the late-night confessions, the laughter shared over bowls of ramen in their scuffed kitchen. A life wrapped around them, each thread woven tighter with love until it began to fray. But it was just a mistake, he pleads, and the innocence in his tone stabs at her heart, sharp and unyielding. I love you, Eden. I'm marrying you. A chorus of emotions crash within her, each wave more powerful than the last, each crashing against her fragile heart. Love, anger, fear, a tempest roaring in her chest. You think vows can erase a betrayal? Just like that. The tension thickens, every breath becomes a struggle, and the world outside fades into a blurred echo. They're trapped in a bubble of raw, unfiltered emotion, one moment stretched into infinity, time suspended as if in a dream. She can hear the laughter of guests, the tinkling of glasses, but it all feels like a distant planet, a world she no longer inhabits. The church is eerily silent. The weight of judgment presses against her skin, and she feels the eyes of the congregation boring into them, the anticipation in the air palpable. They're all waiting for the spectacle, waiting for them to say I do, but all she can think about is the betrayal that lingers like a ghost in the corner of the room, watching, waiting. I can't be your bride today, she says, her voice stronger this time, a knife cutting through the silence. The room gasps, the air crackling with disbelief, and she revels in the chaos she's unleashed. Not when my heart is breaking. Cold eyes glint in the shadows, and she senses the disapproval, the whispered judgments. But she doesn't care. Not anymore. What good is a marriage if it's built on lies? The thought spirals in her mind like a whirlwind, gathering all the pain, all the heartbreak, until it's ready to explode. Eden, please, Jonah's voice trembles, a lost boy in the storm of consequences he helped create. I'll make it right. I promise. Promises are just words, she snaps, fury igniting within her, flames licking at the edges of her fractured trust. And I'm tired of hearing them. She wants to scream, to run, to claw back the moments that led her here. The unforgivable moments that crystallized into this unbearable tension. Her chest heaves, the air thick with despair, and she feels her heart cracking under the weight of everything, the love, the lies, the lost dreams. In that moment, the church bells toll once more, but this time, it feels like a funeral dirge. The intensity builds, a crescendo that drowns out all else, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Time stretches, and the world narrows down to this one moment, the moment where she must decide. Then, the door creaks open, and a figure appears, Maggie, her sister, her confidant, eyes wide and brimming with concern. The atmosphere shifts again, like the world holding its breath, and Eden feels the last thread of control slip from her grip. Eden, Maggie calls, a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters, you don't have to do this alone. We are here for you. But the truth is, she's already alone, battling the tidal wave of emotions crashing over her. The reality that no vow can ever erase the scar of betrayal. And just like that, she stands at the precipice, teetering between what was and what could have been, the shadows of broken vows stretching long and dark, whispering promises that now feel like distant stars. She takes a deep breath, the weight of the moment heavy upon her. The ceremony may be set to begin, but in her heart, she knows, this is only the beginning of a far more intense storm. The clock struck midnight, its hands trembling like a heart caught in a lie. Outside, the wind howled, a voice of warning, as the guests arrived, their footsteps crunching over frost-bitten leaves, a haunting rhythm that echoed through the darkened hall. Each sound seemed alive, rippling through the air, wrapping around my chest like a vice. I stood by the window, breathless, my heart pounding out a frantic Morse code against the silence. I remember the way shadows danced on the walls, flickering with the dying light of candles that fought to stay lit. They looked like ghosts, anguished, desperate, and waiting. My fingers twitched against the glass, longing to tear it open, to let the night slip in, to swallow me whole. Because I knew, deep down, that tonight was no ordinary gathering. Tonight, secrets would unfurl like petals in a dark garden, revealing thorns hidden beneath the beauty. There was Lila, her eyes bright like shards of ice, reflecting something sinister beneath her dazzling smile. She had always been the life of the party, holding court like a queen on her throne, but I could see the cracks in her porcelain mask. I remembered the laughter, how it used to bubble like champagne, now it felt like jagged glass cutting through the tension. Her laughter was a veil, a distraction from the storm brewing inside her, and oh, how I felt that storm, rumbling deep within my chest. "Are you ready?" she whispered, her voice a seductive wisp that brushed against my ear. It sent a shiver coursing through me, igniting a flicker of fear. Ready? For what? The guests with hidden agendas? The shadows lurking behind them? I could only nod, my throat tight with unsaid words. And then there was Marcus, my brother, his presence a weight that pressed against my soul. I could see the way he clenched his jaw, the nervous energy crackling around him like static. Marcus, the perpetual protector, now wearing a mask of his own. I remembered when we were children, how he vowed to shield me from the dark, but that darkness had a way of creeping in, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. Tonight, it seeped into the room, curling around us, waiting for the moment to strike. "Keep an eye on her," he muttered, nodding toward Lila, his voice low and dangerous. I felt a surge of anger rise up, hot and blinding. Why did he think I needed guarding? I was no fragile flower, I was a storm waiting to break. "She's not what she seems," he added, his eyes narrowing, and I wondered if he saw her or if he saw something darker, a reflection of our own tangled pasts. The door swung open, an ominous creak that sent a wave of unease rippling through the room. The first guest stepped in, their shadows stretching like tendrils across the floor, sinister and hungry. They brought with them a chill, a sense of foreboding that wrapped around my throat. I could feel the weight of unspoken words, hidden motives pulsing in the air, pressing against my skin. I wanted to scream, to push them back into the night, to shield Lila and Marcus from whatever darkness they carried. "Welcome," Lila said, her voice bright, though I could see the way her hands trembled beneath the table. "We've been expecting you." I could see the way her facade flickered, an electric tease of vulnerability flashing beneath her cool demeanor. Would they see it too? Would they sense the fear crackling like static between us, or would they only see the masks we wore? With each passing moment, the tension thickened, wrapping around us like a suffocating fog. I found myself trapped in a web of glances, quick, darting, filled with suspicion. I could hear the low murmur of voices, laughter that felt too sharp to be genuine, whispers that twisted like smoke in the air. I could feel my heart thudding against my ribs, a war drum echoing in the quiet chaos. "Let's play a game, shall we?" one of the newcomers suggested, a sly grin spreading across his face. The room fell silent, everyone waiting, a collective breath held in anticipation. He leaned forward, eyes glinting with mischief. "Truth or dare?" The words hung in the air, heavy with implications. I remembered the glances exchanged, the tension that coiled tighter with each tick of the clock. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a steady thrum of fear and excitement. This was no innocent game, this was a battlefield, and we were all soldiers, armed with secrets and lies. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, the flicker of dread as he shifted in his seat, the way Lila's smile faltered, momentarily revealing the cracks in her carefully crafted persona. As the game progressed, layers peeled back, revealing raw emotion and hidden agendas. The truth spilled out like blood, sharp, shocking, and real. I felt myself slipping, drowning in the confessions that filled the room. I could see Lila's facade cracking, revealing the turmoil beneath, the battle she fought against her own demons. And Marcus, his protective nature revealing itself as a desperate fear of losing me again, a fear that wrapped around him like chains. The guests watched, hungry for the drama. The air grew thick with secrets as I stood on the precipice of revelation, my heart racing, pounding like a warning drum. I wanted to shout, to break the cycle, but my voice caught in my throat, a knot of fear and uncertainty. And then it became a storm, a tempest of emotion swirling around us, dragging us deeper into the chaos. Each truth unspooled like a thread, revealing connections that tangled us all together, threads of betrayal, love, and longing weaving through the night. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, a reminder of the world beyond our walls, a world that would soon collide with the storm brewing inside. I could feel it in my bones. This night would not end quietly. Each moment was a countdown, a breath held in anticipation of the inevitable clash. We were all caught in the web, woven by choices made long before this gathering, a tapestry of regret and desire, guilt and hope. In the shadows, the clock ticked on, relentless, the hour growing late, the veil of secrets growing thinner. And I stood, trembling at the edge of it all, knowing that when dawn broke, nothing would ever be the same. The ring lay on the table, glistening under the harsh kitchen lights, a solitary beacon of everything that had unraveled. I could almost hear its whispers, sweet nothings that had turned into cold truths. Anna stood across from me, her eyes astorm, swirling colors of betrayal and confusion. The air was thick, pressing down on our shoulders, our breaths mingling in the space that felt like a chasm. "I thought love was supposed to be forever," she said, voice trembling, almost breaking. It clung to the air, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back from the edge of despair, but the gulf between us was made of more than just air. It was built of shattered promises, of moments that had slipped through our fingers like sand. I remember how we first met, how laughter danced between us like a candle flame, flickering, fierce. It was a Sunday, the kind of day where everything tastes like hope. We shared a table in a coffee shop, a rickety old thing that threatened to collapse under the weight of dreams. "I'll have a cappuccino," I said, glancing at her as she rolled her eyes. "Make it with love." And how her laugh rang out, a bell that tethered me to reality and pulled me into the warmth of possibility. But now, that laughter hung in the air like ghosts, memories that haunted the corners of our kitchen, ghosts of who we used to be. "Did you ever really love me?" she asked, and each word struck like a dagger, sharp and unforgiving. I could feel the heat rising in my chest, panic clawing at my throat. There it was, the question that had echoed through the sleepless nights, gnawing at my sanity. I could see the glint of the ring, and it felt like a noose tightening around my heart. I had given her everything, or so I thought. It was a mistake, I whispered, the admission tasting bitter on my tongue. The shadows danced along the walls, twisting and turning as if mocking our plight, our folly. I thought it meant something. I thought what? The desperation in her voice clawed at my insides. That a piece of metal could hold us together? That a stupid ring would bind our hearts? I wanted to scream, to tear myself apart, to explain that I had believed in the illusion of permanence, in the idea that a symbol could anchor us. But how could I confess that I had wrapped my heart in layers of expectation, only to watch as it unraveled? Anna, the name felt like a prayer, a last plea for understanding. But even as I spoke, I heard the cracks in my own resolve. I didn't want to hurt her. I never wanted to hurt her. The clock ticked on the wall, each second a hammer driving nails into the coffin of our shared dreams. I could almost hear the rhythmic pounding of our hearts, once in sync, now wildly out of tune. I remember the moments we had dreamed of marriage, children, a home filled with laughter. They lingered like fading echoes, now warped and distorted. "Tell me," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper, "why did you really do it?" And there it was, the raw heart of the matter. I had strayed, yes, from the path we had carved out together, a reckless detour fueled by fear. I had tasted freedom, the seductive allure of something new, but it felt like drowning, like gasping for air in the depths of my own despair. "I thought I could be someone else," I murmured, the admission barely escaping my lips. "Someone better. Someone deserving of you." The weight of my words hung in the air like smoke, acrid and suffocating. Her eyes locked onto mine, a flash of anguish and realization igniting in the depths of her gaze. "But you didn't need to be anyone else. I loved you, flaws and all." I could feel the cracks in my armor, the truth of her words piercing through the fog of self-doubt. I had built walls, convinced that I was unworthy of the love we had created. I had chased shadows, believing they were something more than just illusions, while the real treasure lay in the light of her eyes. "Anna," but before I could finish, the silence swallowed me whole. It felt like an eternity, suspended in time, as the weight of our shared history pressed down on us. "I can't do this," she said, voice trembling. and it felt like the floor had dropped out from beneath me. I can't keep living in the ruins of what we were. This ring, her hand trembled as she gestured toward the symbol of our promise. It's a lie now. It's a reminder of everything we lost. And suddenly, the room spun as the gravity of her words hit me like a freight train. The ring, once a beacon of hope, had transformed into a prison. A misplaced symbol of love, now holding us captive in a web of regret and unspoken fears. I remember when it was beautiful, I confessed, my heart breaking under the weight of nostalgia. I remember when it meant everything. Me too, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. But we've lost ourselves in the process. I can't wear a ring that symbolizes something we no longer are. In that moment, the dam broke. A tidal wave of emotion crashed over me, pulling me under. I felt the weight of our history, the laughter, the tears, the promises made in the quiet of night. It hung heavy in the air, tangible and raw, as we both stood on the precipice of our choices, each heartbeat a reminder of the love that had once flourished, now wilting like a dying flower. And there we were, two souls caught in the whirlwind of our own making, fumbling through the ashes of what had once been. The kitchen felt like a battleground, every corner echoing our silent screams, the light flickering like the last embers of a fire that refused to die. Time stretched like a taut string, ready to snap, and I realized this wasn't just about the ring. It was about the fragile nature of love, the delicate balance of trust and vulnerability, the haunting reminder that sometimes, the symbols we cling to can betray us in the most devastating of ways. As the clock ticked on, I felt the shadows closing in, the walls whispering secrets of the past. The air crackled with unspoken words, a storm brewing within us. I wanted to reach out, to hold her, to make her understand that in this chaos, amidst the heartbreak, there was still a flicker of hope, a chance to rebuild, to rediscover what had been lost. But as I watched her turn away, the distance between us widening into an abyss, I knew that some battles were fought alone. And as the shadows swallowed her silhouette, I was left standing in the dim light, clutching the ring, not as a symbol of what we had, but as a reminder of everything we had to lose. The air hung thick with anticipation, a cloying fog that wrapped around the guests like a heavy, velvet cloak. I could feel the weight of their stares, a collective heartbeat pulsing in time with the anxious flutter of my own. The sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across the worn wooden altar, where love was meant to be celebrated. Instead, it felt like a funeral, an exhumation of buried hopes. "Do you, Clara, take James?" The officiant's voice rang out, a hollow echo that seemed to bounce off the very walls of our resolve. My heart raced, a wild horse galloping through a minefield. I could see Clara, radiant in her ivory gown, her eyes shimmering like stars trapped in a glass jar. But something flickered in her gaze, fear, uncertainty. Did she sense the tremor in the air? Did she feel the shadows creeping closer with each syllable? To be your lawfully wedded husband. And then, the moment froze, time stalling as his voice faltered. James! Jameson? The world around us shattered into pieces. Gasps erupted like gunfire, a cacophony of disbelief that crashed against the silence. I could feel my own breath hitch in my throat, the name hanging there, grotesque and unrecognizable. Jameson! My brother's name. The name that had haunted my dreams, woven into the fabric of my nightmares, the specter of a life I couldn't reclaim. Clara's face fell, a porcelain mask cracking under the pressure of the moment. James, she whispered, the word barely escaping her lips, a ghost of what it should have been. I watched as her dream began to unravel like threads pulled from a tapestry, the vibrant colors fading into a dull gray. Beside me, my mother gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. She looked at me, eyes wide, a mirror reflecting the horror unfolding in front of us. This isn't happening. How could he? Her voice trembled, a fragile wisp of disbelief floating in the air. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that threatened to engulf us. Stop! Please! I shouted, my voice breaking through the chaos, raw and desperate. It's James! But my cry was a pebble tossed into a raging river, lost amidst the torrent of confusion and despair. Clara's eyes darted between me and the officiant, searching for an anchor, a lifeline in this swirling storm. James is right here. I pointed at my brother, who stood frozen, hand clutching the edge of the altar, a statue of stone in a world gone mad. You have to. Just say his name right. But the officiant's face twisted in understanding, horror dawning like the first light of a new day. Realization spread through the crowd like wildfire. They were witnesses to a mistake that felt fatal, a fracture in the very foundation of our lives. The wedding planner, a whirlwind of chaos in a black suit, was fumbling with her clipboard, panic etched across her face. I remember, I murmured to myself, the echo of a memory surfacing, the way we laughed about names, how trivial they seemed. But this wasn't trivial. This was a wound, a jagged edge that threatened to tear us apart. I could feel the panic rising, fierce and unrelenting, a tide pulling me under. Clara, James whispered, stepping forward, his voice barely audible over the storm. He reached for her, though the distance between them felt insurmountable. I'm here. I'm still me. But I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the hesitation that crept in like an unwelcome guest. Do you take Jameson? The officiant's voice was now a ghostly whisper, reverberating through the chasm that had opened between them. The name hung in the air, a spectre that refused to fade, clinging to the hope that maybe it was a mistake, maybe it was all a nightmarish play unfolding in front of an audience that held its breath. Clara, please, James implored, desperation carving lines into his face. Don't let this define us. His outstretched hand trembled, a fragile truce against the chaos swirling around us. A heartbeat passed. And then there was silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the moment, time pausing, as if the universe was holding its breath. Clara's eyes darted back to the officiant, the weight of the world pressing against her chest. I don't know what to do, she finally admitted, her voice cracking under the strain of uncertainty. The words hung there, a heavy anchor that threatened to drag us all down. The officiant's heart sank. I'm so sorry, he stammered, the weight of his blunder crashing over him like a tidal wave. I never meant to. Stop. I shouted again, louder this time. Just stop talking. You've done enough. The tension in the air was palpable, a string pulled taut, ready to snap at any moment. And yet, amidst the chaos, I felt an odd calm wash over me. I remembered the laughter we shared, the dreams we spun together, the love that had once seemed invincible. Wasn't that what mattered? Names could be twisted, words mispronounced, but the essence of our connection remained. Clara, I began, my voice steady now, rising above the suffocating silence. Listen to your heart. You know who he is. You know what this is. The weight of my words hung in the air, an invitation to reclaim what was slipping away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a final golden glow through the trees, I watched Clara take a breath, a soft exhale that resonated with the promise of hope. The crowd was still, a sea of faces waiting. And right there, in that fragile moment between confusion and clarity, the cosmos seemed to align. Clara nodded slowly, her gaze steady on James. I do, she said, her voice a whisper that echoed like a prayer. I do. But the officiant, still trembling under the weight of his blunder, hesitated. The air thickened again, the shadows lurking at the edges of our happiness, ready to pounce. Wait, he murmured, a flicker of doubt still clinging to his heart. And just like that, the moment hung suspended, a fragile thread in a tapestry of unrealized dreams, beckoning the darkness with every heartbeat. The door swung open, crashing against the wall with a force that rattled the dust from the ceiling. I felt my heart tighten, a punch of adrenaline flooding my veins. In the fractured light spilling from the hallway, there he stood, Mark, my ex, the ghost I thought had finally faded into the shadows of my past. He wore a smile that contorted my insides, a grim reminder of laughter that once echoed through our shared spaces but now felt like a haunting melody, bittersweet and tainted. I remember the way he used to pull me close, whispering promises, but I also remember the day he shattered them, leaving me to gather the pieces alone. Sarah, he breathed, as if the very syllables of my name could conjure back the warmth we had shared, but his voice was a shiver against the backdrop of my pulse, a warning I dared not ignore. My breath hitched, a fragile thing caught in the web of my throat. I fought the urge to recoil, to slam the door, to erase this moment like some fevered dream. But instead, I stood frozen, rooted by the gravity of unresolved feelings, a hurricane of past and present colliding within the confines of my chest. Behind him, shadows flickered like memories, each one tied to a moment when love felt like a refuge and not a battlefield. Yet with each thump of my heart, I remembered how he left. I remembered the lonely night spent staring at the ceiling, wrestling with what ifs and could have beens. I remembered the way he walked out, his silhouette against the fading sunlight, leaving me in the dark. "Why are you here?" My voice was sharp, a jagged edge that belied the tremor beneath. "I needed to see you." His gaze lingered on me, searching, as if he could still find the woman who had once adored him, still find the heart he'd left in disarray. In that moment, the air was thick with unsaid words, heavy with years of silence and unhealed wounds. I felt the prickle of tears, unshed but not unwelcome. Each droplet held the weight of my memories, the good and the bad, swirling together in a chaotic dance. Behind Mark stood another ghost, Helen, my best friend, the one who had been my anchor during the storm he caused. The sight of her made my chest seize even tighter. She had sworn never to speak to him again, yet here she was, eyes flashing with disbelief, a mirror to my own turmoil. "Sarah, this is insane." Helen's voice cut through the tension, slicing through the memories and fears swirling in the air. "You don't have to listen to him." But the truth was, I didn't know if I wanted to. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the love that had once burned so brightly, now flickering like a candle fighting against the wind. I looked at Mark, his features carved by time and regret, and felt a strange pull, an echo of affection that had withstood the test of aching absence. "Insane?" "Maybe," he replied, his voice steady despite the tumult around us. "But I can't just pretend you don't exist, that what we had was nothing." I felt the walls closing in, the shadows of doubt creeping closer. How could he be here, now? Why did he have to disrupt the fragile peace I had painstakingly built? Every whisper of his presence ignited memories I thought I had buried. The warmth of summer nights spent beneath the stars, the laughter shared over coffee that turned to tears when the reality of life intruded. My mind raced with fragments of love and betrayal, each piece a reminder of why I had moved on. Or had I? The question clawed at me, relentless. "Tell me why now," I demanded, my voice barely a whisper, but still laced with ferocity. "I've changed." His eyes were earnest, reflecting a depth I hadn't noticed before. "I've spent every day regretting how I treated you. I thought about you, about us, every single day. And I felt it, the pull of my heart, the flickering of hope igniting dangerously within me. I wanted to believe him, to let go of the bitterness that had become so familiar. But Helen's disapproving glare anchored me to reality. "Sarah," she urged, stepping closer, "you deserve more than empty promises." But I was torn, a tightrope walker in the circus of my own emotions. The past loomed large like a storm cloud, and I was caught in a whirlwind of nostalgia and pain, a tempest threatening to swallow me whole. I glanced back at Mark, and in his eyes, I saw the glimmer of a match. Could it reignite the fire we once had, or would it burn me again? I remember the nights when we dreamed together, I whispered, barely recognizing my own voice. When it felt like the cosmos conspired for us. "Then remember this," he said, his voice dropping to a raw intensity. "I thought I'd never lose you. I didn't realize how much you meant to me until you were gone." My heart raced, each beat echoing the truth I had tried to ignore. Did I really want to open that door, to let the past seep back into my present? The room thickened with tension, an electric charge crackling between us. I looked toward Helen, her expression a mix of fear and concern, wondering which path I would take. Time stretched, a rubber band pulled taut. I felt the weight of the universe pressing against my chest. Outside, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within these walls. My mind drifted. What if I let him back in? What if it was all a lie? But then, as if summoned by my thoughts, the door swung again, and another shadow entered, a stranger who knew too much of our shared history. It felt like the universe had conspired against me, dragging everyone from the depths of my past to the forefront of my present. "Sarah," she said, her voice a whisper that dripped with familiarity and trepidation, "you need to know something." The air grew colder, and I felt my heart plummet as the shadows gathered, swirling around me, thick with unspoken truths and fractured dreams. Each face held a piece of my history, a fragment of the life I had built and the chaos I desperately tried to escape. And with every word that followed, the walls I had carefully constructed began to crumble, revealing the raw, beating heart of my tangled emotions. Every heartbeat echoed through the silence, a reminder that as much as I tried to sever those ties, they were woven into the very fabric of my soul. This wasn't just about them. It was about me, the choices I made, the love I had lost. The room pulsed with tension, an electric current that left us all hanging in suspended animation, each of us clinging to the precipice of what could be and what had been. And just like that, the night fell, wrapping us in its embrace, the echoes of the past and present colliding, a cacophony of ghosts clawing for resolution, leaving me to navigate the chaos of my heart. The air crackled like a live wire, the tension thick enough to slice. I stood in the dimly lit hall, shadows dancing on the walls, my heart thundering like a war drum. The silence was a beast stalking the edges of my consciousness, a palpable thing that made my skin prickle with anticipation. It was the kind of silence that comes just before the storm, a moment suspended in time, heavy with unspoken words and unresolved vows. Across the room, Clara's eyes were wide, darting from me to the ornate wooden doors that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. She was a tempest, a whirlwind of emotion wrapped in a fragile shell. I could see the fear clinging to her like mist, the kind that seeps into bones and marrow. Her lips parted, trouble brewing behind them, but no sound came. It was a moment too big for words, too raw for comfort. And then there was Paul, standing at the far end of the hall, his silhouette sharp against the flickering lights. He was a statue of defiance, arms crossed, jaw clenched tight enough to shatter glass. My heart twisted as I watched him. He wore his rage like armor, but beneath it lay a churning sea of doubt, a storm of emotions I could only glimpse from a distance. He looked at Clara, and I could feel the tension snapping like a taut string. "I thought you said you'd always be there for me," Clara finally whispered, the words tumbling out like fragile glass, ready to shatter at any moment. The question hung in the air, heavy and accusing. Clara's voice trembled, each syllable echoing in the hollow space between us. I remembered nights spent under the stars, promises made with a seriousness reserved for the cosmic. Now those promises lay scattered like fallen leaves in a tempest. Paul's gaze hardened, a fortress against her vulnerability. "You think this is easy for me? You think I wanted to be the one left behind?" His voice rose, sharp as a razor, slicing through the silence. "You chose him, Clara. You chose him over me." The hurt in his words crashed over me like a tidal wave, and I felt the weight of his betrayal, a bitter, metallic taste in the back of my throat. Clara shook her head, tears glistening like broken glass in her eyes. "I didn't choose him, Paul. I chose us. I chose the dream we built. I thought you understood." Her voice cracked, splintering under the strain of the truth she wasn't ready to face. Beneath the surface of her resolve, I saw the fear of losing everything, the panic of a ship sinking in stormy seas. The clock on the far wall ticked ominously, each second stretching into an eternity. I could feel the air thickening, wrapping around us like tendrils of smoke, suffocating and intoxicating. The clock's hands moved slowly, as if it could sense the weight of the moment, the gravity of the vows we had once shared. I remember when we thought love could conquer all, I murmured, though the words fell heavy between us. When we believed we were invincible, that the universe aligned for us. I caught Clara's gaze, and for a fleeting moment, we were back in that sunlit park, laughter spilling from our lips as we danced on the cusp of forever. But the memory slipped away, like sand through fingers, and all that remained was the fracture of reality. Paul's expression softened momentarily, vulnerability flickering like a candle in the dark. "And now it feels like we're cursed," he said, voice low, almost intimate. "Like every step we take pushes us further away from the happy ending we wanted." The shadows shifted as Clara took a step forward, her resolve hardening into something fierce. "No. We can't let fear win. We can't let this be the end." Her voice rose, fierce and unyielding, a rallying cry against the despair that threatened to consume us all. "We made vows, we promised to fight for each other." But her words hung in the air, heavy with irony. We had fought so hard, clawing our way through the chaos of the world, only to stand here, backs against the wall, our bonds fraying at the edges. I could see the cracks widening, the fragile structure of our love threatening to crumble under the weight of our choices. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows, and I felt the ghosts of our past looming overhead, whispering secrets I couldn't bear to hear. I remembered the nights spent in laughter, the dreams we carved out in the dark, but now those dreams felt like distant stars, fading from sight. "What do we do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, the question hanging in the thick air. It felt like an invitation to a dance on the edge of a precipice, a chance to leap into the abyss or retreat into the safety of our solitude. Paul's expression hardened again, the walls rising back around him like a fortress. "We can't go back to how things were. That's not possible anymore. Something has changed." His words were a knife, and I felt them slicing through the fragile thread of hope that still tethered us. "I know," Clara said, her voice trembling, "but we can't just give up. We owe it to ourselves, to what we built together." She stepped closer, vulnerability radiating from her like heat, but I could see the tremor in her hands. The battle raged in her eyes, defiance and fear, love and longing, all tangled together. I felt the weight of her gaze settle on me, and for a fleeting moment, the world around us dimmed. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the next move in this delicate game of hearts. But the room was alive with unspoken words, the echoes of our choices hanging like specters, whispering of futures lost and paths not taken. A single moment stretched into infinity, a heartbeat, a breath, a decision. In that suspended instant, the air shimmered with possibility and despair, and I understood we were on the precipice of something monumental. Would we leap together? Would we fight for the vows we had made, or would we let the tides of fate pull us apart? In the dim light, shadows loomed larger, the clock ticked louder, and the silence deepened, thickening like a fog that threatened to swallow us whole. Our hearts raced in unison, a fragile trio caught in an intricate dance, teetering on the edge of an irreversible choice, every breath heavy with anticipation, every heartbeat echoing the weight of our vows. I knew then that there was no escaping the darkness that loomed ahead. Our lives were spiraling into something inevitable and extraordinary, a whirlwind of love and loss, and the echo of our vows would haunt us like a ghost we could never truly grasp. The air was electric, thick with palpable tension, swirling like the dust kicked up by hasty feet. Beneath the blare of neon lights, an invisible current surged through the crowd, a fever pitch of anticipation and dread. I remember the moment before it all slipped away, a snapshot of time frozen in uncertainty. The world outside the bar faded into a blur, lost behind a wall of sound and bodies. This was it. I could barely make out her face through the haze of smoke and laughter, but I knew it was her. Lily, with her wild hair and wide, searching eyes, always looking for something, or someone. A heartbeat away from chaos, she stood on the precipice of choice, her lips trembling as if they held the weight of the universe. Then, there was Alex. A shadow against the bright chaos, his silhouette carved from the night. I could see him fidgeting, his fingers drumming against the bar, a nervous rhythm almost drowning out the thumping music. Every tick of the clock felt like a countdown, every second stretching, pulling taut until it snapped. The moment hung in the air, fragile and precarious, ready to shatter. "Just kiss her," I whispered, barely aware I spoke aloud. But the words hung heavy, echoing against the walls. The thought danced dangerously close to reality, teasing and taunting. What if? What if he did? Would the world tilt on its axis, or would it crumble into dust? Lily turned, catching Alex's gaze, and in that instant, the world around us faded into a distant hum. The music fell away, and it was just them, suspended in a breathless moment. The crowd became a blur, their cheers muffled whispers. I held my breath, my heart a relentless drum echoing deep within my chest, the very pulse of the universe beating in sync with this fragile moment. Their eyes locked, a silent spark igniting between them. I could almost see the electricity crackling, could feel it. The air thickened as they leaned closer, the tension palpable, a tightening noose around my heart. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the moment that will change everything. But then, in a heartbeat, it shattered. A misstep, A slip of the foot, a flicker of uncertainty. The space between them collapsed, and suddenly, I was witnessing a disaster in slow motion. Alex faltered, his hand brushing against hers, but not in the way he had dreamt of. The moment twisted, contorting like a grotesque puppet in the hands of fate. And then it happened. Lily stumbled, her laughter turning into a startled gasp, and before I could comprehend the chaos unfolding, their lips met, the most accidental of kisses, fueled by surprise and a dash of something unnameable. Time stretched and warped, an elastic band pulled to its limits before snapping back to reality. Gasps erupted around us, and I felt the air explode into a flurry of sound, laughter mixed with shock, the raw intensity of something unexpected. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a wild animal trying to escape. I remember feeling like I was drowning, thrashing against the current of a world gone mad. That kiss, it was a slip, a mistake, yet it felt like the universe had collided in that one moment. A corkscrew of chaos and fervor spiraled through the crowd, and I could almost taste it, the sweetness of youth, the bittersweet sting of a heart unguarded. In the days that followed, the world changed. That slip became a sensation, pulsing through social media like wildfire, igniting comments and debates, laughter and scorn. The kiss, they called it, a fleeting moment twisted into a grand narrative, a spectacle dissected by strangers. It was everywhere. Screens lit up with their faces, the distorted lens of fame casting shadows deeper than anyone anticipated. Lily became the girl who kissed the wrong boy, a title that clung to her like a shroud. I watched as she transformed, her laughter fading into whispers, her spirit dulled under the weight of judgment. I remember how she stood beneath the flickering lights of our favorite diner, her gaze distant, searching for something she had lost. But Alex, he was a different story. The boy who kissed the girl became a reluctant celebrity, thrust into a world that chewed people up and spit them out. I watched him swagger through hallways, a mask of bravado plastered across his face, but I could see the cracks, see how he wore the attention like a heavy cloak, suffocating and too tight. I could feel the tension building between them, thick and suffocating. Each glance turned into a battlefield, each encounter a reminder of the kiss that had spiraled into chaos. The air crackled with unspoken words. Questions loomed like shadows, both seeking answers yet terrified of what they might find. What were they to each other now? Friends? Strangers? The weight of the slip hung between them, a chasm of confusion. I remember wishing for a moment of clarity, a breath of honesty in a world that thrived on illusion. Lily's laughter faded into something hollow, echoing in the corners of my mind. Every time I saw her, I felt that ache of longing in my chest, the desire to reach out, to shake her from this haze, to remind her of the girl who once spun in circles under the stars, unfettered by the chains of expectation. And Alex, oh Alex, trapped in his own web of anxiety. I could see it in the way he avoided her gaze, the way he flinched whenever their paths crossed. It was a suffocating silence, and I could feel it dragging us down, pulling us into a vortex of their unspoken fears. The night grew heavy with anticipation, shadows lurking like ghosts, taunting, waiting for the moment when everything would collide again. I could feel it building, a storm waiting to break. I remember standing there, on the edge of something monumental, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. Knowing that whatever came next would carve new paths in their lives, would etch itself into their souls. And while the world spun on, I felt the weight of the slip hanging in the air, heavy and unyielding. The kiss, a slip that had gone viral, had ignited a firestorm, and I could only watch as the flames danced, threatening to engulf everything in their path. The music droned in a half-hearted waltz, the kind of tune that didn't so much lift spirits as it weighed them down. Laughter, too loud and hollow, echoed through the dimly lit room, where silken curtains hung like ghosts, swaying softly in the draft. Shadows flickered across faces, concealing and revealing emotions all at once. There was an unspoken promise in the air, thick and suffocating, a promise that things would go wrong, as they always did at moments like this. I stood at the edge of the fray, a drink clutched tightly in my hand, the cool glass a stark contrast to the heat rising in my cheeks. Sarah, radiant in her white gown, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of ink, was the picture of joy. Yet her smile faltered every time she caught my eye, and I felt the weight of her unvoiced thoughts like stones in my gut. I remember the nights we spent dreaming of this moment, she, the bride, me, the eternal sidekick. I remember how we laughed then, the kind of laughter that split the air wide open and let in the light. But now it felt like I was trapped in a darkened room, echoes of our laughter taunting me. The reception hall buzzed with excitement, but I could hear the undercurrent of tension. The clock ticked loudly, marking time with relentless precision. Every tick resonated like a drum, amplifying our dread as we hovered on the brink of an inevitable disaster. I glanced at her fiancé, Mark, who stood beside her, oblivious to the storm brewing in the corners of my heart. He had that boyish charm, a playful smile that could light up a room, but there was a shadow lurking behind his eyes, something unsettled, something hidden. I remember the way he had looked at me, a flash of something, fear, before he turned his gaze back to Sarah, the bride, his bride, who deserved every ounce of happiness that had eluded us both. The first toast began, a nervous uncle rising from his seat, his tie askew, face flushed. He cleared his throat, the sound echoing, stretching like a rubber band ready to snap. To Sarah and Mark. May your love, his voice wobbled, faltering like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. I could see Sarah's eyes glimmer with hope, but there was a tremor behind her smile, a haunting uncertainty lurking in the depths of her gaze. It made my heart ache to witness her agony, caught between the hope of a new beginning and the fear of an ending she couldn't grasp. I wanted to scream, to reach across the room and shake her until the truth spilled from her lips. But I remained frozen, a statue of unrequited love, an unwilling audience to this charade. I remember our dreams, too, the way we would talk of love, of finding someone who understood our flaws, our fears. Yet here I was, watching her pledge her life to someone while the weight of my love sat heavy on my chest, neither spoken nor acknowledged. Then came the moment of truth, the best man's turn. He stood, swaying slightly, the glint of mischief dancing in his eyes, as if he were preparing to unleash a joke that would either light up the room or plunge it into darkness. You know, he began, voice booming with an exaggerated bravado, I've known Mark for years, and let me tell you, he leaned forward, eyes gleaming with something akin to malice, a hint of scandal ready to tumble forth. He has a habit of disappearing at the most inconvenient times. Laughter erupted, but not from Sarah. Her eyes widened, her smile faltering, caught between amusement and dread. I remember the moment feeling suspended in time, the laughter of the crowd reverberating like a haunting melody, while I felt the earth shift beneath me. Mark's face paled, his perfect composure cracking under the weight of the truth nearly unspooled. It was a moment of revelation, a crevice opening, threatening to swallow everything whole. I could see Sarah's smile falter, the realization dawning upon her like a storm cloud gathering. And then, silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that wrapped around us like a shroud. It was broken only by the clearing of throats and the shuffling of feet, as people exchanged looks, concern, confusion, apprehension. I remember every heart in that room stuttered, caught in the web of anticipation. The tension morphed, shifting from playful to dangerous, and I could almost hear the unspoken words filling the air, doubt, fear, betrayal. The best man, oblivious, continued, but when he met Sarah, everything changed. He became, and I could see his eyes flicker, the joke hanging precariously in the balance. He became, a pause, pregnant with implications that felt like knives. My heart raced, the room closing in, shadows flickering at the edges of my vision. He looked between them, and in that instant, everything hung in the air like a taunt. My breath caught, time slowed, and I was lost in the moment, aware of nothing but the split second before the truth crashed down. The whispers of the crowd faded into a low hum, a distant echo, and all I could hear was the frantic pulse of my heart, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. I leaned forward, half expecting her to rise, to shout, to tear down the facade of this perfect day. But she remained still, a stone statue caught in the grip of uncertainty, her eyes searching. Did she see it? Did she feel the cracks forming in the veneer of this celebration? The best man, sensing the shift, stumbled through his words, and the laughter turned bitter, twisting the air into something suffocating. In that moment, I understood the essence of this gathering, the hope mingled with fear, love entwined with doubt. It was all a delicate dance, teetering on the brink of revelation. And as I stood there, drink forgotten, the reality washed over me with a fierce intensity. I was both a witness and a participant, lost in this chaotic blend of emotions, grasping desperately for clarity in a whirlwind of uncertainty. I remember thinking, as the laughter morphed into awkward silence, that this was not just a wedding reception, it was a crucible of hearts, a boiling pot of emotions, each splash of wine and each stammered toast revealing the raw truths we all tried so hard to hide. I wanted to scream, to shake Sarah awake, but instead, I stood frozen, heart pounding, lost in the chaos of unspoken fears and shattered dreams. And then, the clock chimed, and the world outside faded into a blur, the room collapsing inward, shadows closing in, waiting for the moment when we would all face the abyss together. The music swelled, a haunting melody that wrapped around the room, knotting itself into the very fabric of the night. It was the kind of evening where the air crackled, alive with unspoken words and trembling expectations. I remember standing off to the side, the polished floor gleaming beneath the swirling shadows, hearts pulsing under the weight of anticipation. I could feel it in my bones, a tremor, a whisper of something dark and beautiful waiting to unfold. And then, I saw her. Clara, the girl with the fire of autumn in her hair, stepped onto the dance floor. Light caught the strands, igniting them into flames that danced and flickered. She breathed in the moment like it was her last, eyes bright, a daring smile curling at the corners of her lips. But there was an edge there too, a flicker of doubt that skimmed over her features, like the first whisper of a storm brewing in the distance. I took a step closer, heart hammering. Memories of our whispered dreams wrapped around me like a cloak, late-night talks under the stars, promises made in the glow of laughter. Yet, here on this dazzling stage, everything felt different. The stakes were higher. This wasn't just dance, it was a reckoning. I remember the way she looked at me, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability, daring me to join her in this whirlwind. Across the floor, James stood frozen, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, shoulders hunched. I could see the internal war raging behind his eyes, a battle between desire and fear, hope and despair. He was the heart of a storm, the quiet before chaos. I could feel the tension radiating from him, the way it coiled tight, like a spring ready to snap. In that moment, I understood, this dance was not just about movement but about the unspoken words that hung between us like ghosts, haunting, waiting for the right moment to strike. Go to her, I urged, though it felt like I was pushing a boulder uphill. Just go. My voice was more of a croak, laced with urgency and fear. Would he take a single step? Would he risk it? Or would he remain a spectator to his own life? The music shifted, a sharp crescendo, slicing through the air with a violent grace. Clara's laughter rang out, bright and piercing like a bell in the darkest night. She spun, arms outstretched, inviting the universe to embrace her. I could see it then, the way she craved connection, the way she sought the light even in her deepest shadows. And yet, as she twirled, a stumble, the slightest miscalculation, pulled her off balance, a fleeting moment that felt like the world halting to gasp. Time slowed, and I could hear the sharp intake of breath from the onlookers, a collective gasp that echoed through the hall. Clara's foot caught the edge of a shadow, a dark unwelcome presence that snatched at her heel like a predator lurking in the night. I remember the despair that washed over me, the knot in my stomach tightening. It wasn't just a stumble, it was the universe conspiring against her, a cruel twist of fate poised to shatter everything. James moved then, propelled forward by instinct and desperation. Clara! His voice thundered, a fierce echo cutting through the music. But in that moment, it felt like time itself held its breath, waiting to see what would unfold. Would he reach her in time? Or would she fall, spiraling into a void of uncertainty? The floor shuddered underfoot, a tremor of collective anxiety vibrating through the crowd. Clara's expression twisted, surprise, fear, vulnerability crashing over her like a wave. But James was there, arms outstretched, and the world tore itself apart, a beautiful explosion of possibility. He caught her, fingers brushing against the soft skin of her waist, a connection electric and alive. In that heartbeat, everything changed. The music swelled, the rhythm pulsing with the frantic energy of 1,000 emotions, fear, joy, longing, and the bittersweet taste of uncertainty. Clara's eyes met James's, those deep pools of emotion swirling with an intensity that could ignite 1,000 stars. It was a moment suspended in time, a breath held between them. What would they do now? And then, in a daring act of vulnerability, Clara leaned into James, body melting against his, the warmth radiating between them like a beacon in the dark. The crowd around them faded into a blur, the world shrinking to the two of them, two souls entwined in a dance of fate and choice. My heart ached watching, caught in the crossfire of their connection, a mixture of awe and envy rippling through my veins. But the unsteady ground beneath them whispered warnings, like shadows creeping closer when I noticed her expression shift. There it was again, doubt, a flicker of something dark pooling behind her eyes. Could she trust him? Could she even trust herself? The music grew louder, drowning out the doubts, but I could see them, those ghosts, swirling just beneath the surface, threatening to pull her under. I remember the way my chest tightened, the urge to intervene clawing at my insides. Don't let her go, I thought, desperate for James to realize what was at stake. Don't let her slip away. As if the universe were mocking me, the music dipped, a low haunting note that resonated with the tension spiraling in the air. But was it too late? In this dance, could they find what lay beneath the surface? Love, fear, heartache, dreams? Or would they stumble again, lost in the shadows that danced just out of reach? As Clara gazed into James's eyes, I could see the threads of fate weaving, pulling them in directions unknown. It was a singular moment, pregnant with possibility, aching with the weight of their unspoken fears. The room held its breath, and just like that, the floor quaked again, a tremor that shook the very core of our existence. The music reached a fevered pitch, the climax of an emotional storm. Clara's laughter mingled with the rising tension, a sound both joyous and haunting. How could something so beautiful harbor such darkness? I felt it then, the world shifting beneath us, the uncertainty of love and connection teetering on the edge of a knife. The shadows stretched and twisted, forming shapes that whispered of what was to come. I knew then that the night had only just begun, that this dance would lead us deeper into the chaos of our hearts, unfolding, unraveling, and binding us together in ways we could never predict. In that electric moment, as the music surged and the floor trembled, everything felt possible, every heartbeat echoing with the promise of what lay ahead. The first dance was merely the prologue to the story yet to unfold. And as Clara and James stood at the precipice of their fates, I held my breath, caught in the tide of emotion, waiting for the next step in the dance that would change everything. The air was thick with the scent of burnt sugar, a sickly sweetness that clung to the back of the throat. A low hum of chatter buzzed from the crowd, but all I could hear was the ticking of the clock, tick, 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 like a metronome marking the end of my sanity. I stood there, heart racing, eyes wide, transfixed by the sight of my masterpiece crumbling before me. The fondant, once smooth and glossy, now sagged under the weight of its own ambition. Each ripple, each tear, a cruel reminder of my inadequacies. I remember the dreams I'd spun around that cake, the way it was supposed to stand proud, a beacon of triumph at the charity gala. My hands had crafted every rose, every delicate petal. But now? It looked like something dragged through a storm, a cake of despair, and I was the architect of its ruin. Beside me, Fiona, my best friend and culinary partner, stood like a statue, her hands trembling, fingers twitching as if ready to reach out and mold the failing fondant back to life. But there was no resurrection here, only the grim acceptance of failure. I caught her eye, and we shared a moment, a fleeting connection laden with the weight of our shared fears. I remember her voice, quivering, "Maybe we can fix it." Fix it? The words hung in the air, mocking us. How could we fix something so fundamentally broken? With each second, my heart raced faster, pounding against my ribs, the fear clawing up my throat. The gala was starting in less than an hour. We could hear the guests outside, their laughter bubbling through the walls like an impending tide ready to sweep us away. "Tell me you didn't add too much gelatin," I whispered, the desperation in my voice raw and unfiltered. Fiona's face paled, revealing her own inner turmoil. She was the meticulous one, the perfectionist. I was the dreamer, the one who believed in the impossible. Together, we had balanced each other on the tightrope of ambition, but today, that balance was shattered. "I didn't mean to." I thought. Her voice faltered, and I saw the tremor in her lips. The shadows of doubt loomed large between us, thickening the air. I wanted to scream at her, to unleash the storm brewing inside me. Instead, I clenched my fists, feeling the heat of anger and frustration mingle with the despair curling in my stomach. Tick, tick, tick. Time was mocking me. My breath quickened, and I could feel the walls of our little kitchen closing in. We were trapped in this moment, suspended between dreams and the cold reality that threatened to swallow us whole. The beauty of creation had turned into a nightmare, each second echoing like a death knell for our hopes. Then, like a spark igniting a flame, I remembered something. I stumbled across the room, heart pounding louder. I pulled open the drawer, the metallic clink of utensils jangling like a warning bell. "The silver leaf!" I shouted, grabbing the delicate sheets and holding them up as if they were the answer to our prayers. "We can cover the imperfections. We can make it look intentional." Fiona's eyes brightened, glimmers of hope flickering against the backdrop of despair. "Yes. Yes, we can." And just like that, the energy shifted. We were no longer two women standing on the precipice of failure, we were warriors, ready to fight back against the odds. As we tore into that silver leaf, laughter bubbled up between us, nervous, frantic, but alive. The clock continued its relentless march, each tick a reminder of our ticking time bomb. I remember how we worked, hands flying, the rhythm of our movement synchronized like a dance. The fondant was still a disaster, a grotesque caricature of what it should have been. But the silver leaf transformed it, catching the light, giving it an ethereal glow that whispered promises of beauty amidst the chaos. But in the back of my mind, I could still hear the doubts, a chorus of ghosts whispering that it wouldn't be enough. I glanced at Fiona, who was lost in her world, a determined look etched into her features. The shadows of our fears lingered, but we were too consumed by the urgency of the moment to let them take hold. Yet, as we finished the last touches, I felt that familiar chill creep back in. What if this was all just a facade? What if when they cut into the cake, the truth would be revealed? The thought twisted inside me like a knife, a reminder that beauty was often just a thin veil over the grotesque. "Fiona," I started, my voice trembling. "What if they hate it?" She paused, her hands hovering above the cake, the silver leaf shimmering like a mirage. "They won't," she said, though her voice lacked conviction. "They'll see the effort. We worked hard for this." "Effort," I echoed, tasting the word like ash in my mouth. And then I remembered the silence that had followed my mother's last baking attempt, how her cake had crumbled, how the disappointment had filled the room like smoke. I thought of the way she had smiled despite the chaos, her laughter a thin veneer over the sadness. I didn't want to be her, didn't want to repeat her mistakes. The door swung open suddenly, a gust of laughter spilling into the cramped kitchen. Guests, faces lit with excitement, began to filter in, eager to see the centerpiece of the gala. My heart thundered in my chest, and the world felt like it was tilting beneath me. "Are you ready?" Fiona's question broke through my panic, but I could only nod, feeling the weight of expectation settle over us like a shroud. The cake, our cake, the symbol of our ambition, stood there, an oasis of fragile hope in a desert of uncertainty. Time slowed as we turned to face the guests. The laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I felt naked, exposed, a raw nerve waiting for the world to strike. And as I took that first step into the spotlight, I could feel the shadows closing in, the weight of our fears, our failures, and our hopes hanging overhead like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember thinking it was all a matter of time, time to face the truth, time to see if our hearts could withstand the impact of the world's gaze. Tick, tick, tick. The lights flickered, then plunged into darkness, a suffocating silence that swallowed the room whole. I blinked, my heart racing, the weight of anticipation hanging thick in the air. Somewhere in that pervasive void, I could hear the ragged breaths of my fellow performers, each one a whisper of fear that we might not emerge from this night intact. The stage was set, but the instruments, oh, those cruel instruments, lay silent, waiting like predators in the night. I remember the first time I picked up my violin. The wooden body mold to my frame perfectly, its smooth surface felt like a promise against my skin. I was a child, naively hopeful, believing that music could mend the world. But tonight, that hope felt more fragile than the strings beneath my fingers, taut like a wire ready to snap. Maya, my best friend and fellow musician, stood beside me, her brow furrowed with the weight of her own uncertainty. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the same haunting question echoing in both our hearts: what if we fail? The past echoed through her, memories of our laughter shared in the practice room, the way we'd weave harmonies into our days, like threads of light through dark fabric. But tonight, all those threads lay tangled, choking the melody that once danced between us. A sharp breath cut through my reverie. James, the conductor, his face lit only by the faint glow of his watch, shared our apprehension. He was a man consumed by perfection, his standards as high as the moon on a clear night. I'd seen him lose his composure more times than I could count, flinging his baton like a weapon when notes fell flat. I felt the heat radiate from him now, a storm brewing beneath the surface, the tension mounting like a pressure cooker about to blow. "Remember the rhythm," he whispered, though his voice trembled, a fissure cracking through his facade. "Feel it. Trust it. Trust." Such a delicate word, yet so heavy with expectation. I clutched my bow, a lifeline in the chaos, but I could feel the tremor in my hands. I remembered the way Maya smiled when she played a perfect note, the way music had always flowed between us like a river, deep and wild. But now it felt more like a dam waiting to burst, the pressure of failure weighing down on our shoulders. The lights flickered back to life, illuminating the stage, revealing the audience a sea of faces, anxious and expectant. They were not just spectators, they were witnesses, holding their breath in anticipation, ready to judge our every mistake. I could almost taste their expectation, a bitter tang of fear laced with hope. The first note rang out, an unholy sound, discordant and jagged. I cringed, felt the collective gasp of the audience like a physical blow. It was as if the very air turned to ice, each breath freezing in our throats. James's eyes blazed with fury, a comet streaking through the dark sky of our performance, and I could feel Maya's panic radiating next to me, her body tense, each note we played twisting the knife deeper into our shared anxiety. I remember when music felt like freedom, like a part of my soul spilling into the world. Now it felt like chains, binding me in a symphony of dread. My fingers stumbled, lost in a labyrinth of misplayed notes. I could see the ghost of a perfect performance slipping away from us, its laughter haunting, echoing against the walls, taunting us with what could have been. Maya's glance cut through the chaos, a lighthouse in the storm. But even her eyes, usually bright with determination, reflected the storm cloud overhead. I wanted to reach out, to soothe the fear trembling in her voice, but my own heart raced with panic. I could feel the darkness pooling around us, threatening to swallow our music whole. Then, an unthinkable clash erupted, a cacophony of out-of-tune disarray crashing like thunder in the hollow space. I felt the room gasp, a collective intake of breath that echoed through my bones. It was too late to turn back now, we were caught in a web of our own making, and the world outside began to fade, blurring into shadows. James's hand trembled, and for a moment, he faltered, an imperceptible slip, but one that sent waves of uncertainty crashing through us. I could see the cracks form in his sturdy facade, the facade that had always seemed unshakable. I remember the nights he'd stayed late, poring over scores, the way he'd sacrifice everything for a perfect sound. And yet, here we stood, teetering on the brink of a complete breakdown. I could hear the audience murmuring, a wave of discontent rising, crashing against the shore of our vulnerability. Maya's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly, willing her to feel the warmth of my determination. "Just breathe," I whispered, though my own breath felt like shards of glass lodged in my throat. "We can do this." But the words felt like smoke, insubstantial and fleeting. The moment stretched into eternity, each second a weighty reminder of our struggle. I could feel the world outside, time ticking away, a clock mocking our failure while the universe spun on, indifferent to our plight. The final chord rang out, a sound that shattered the fragile silence. It was a note not just of music but of our very souls laid bare, raw, and exposed. And in that fleeting moment, I saw it, the collective realization that we were not perfect, that we were human, flawed and trembling, grasping at dreams that felt forever out of reach. The audience erupted, not in applause, but in the kind of silence that screamed of disappointment. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. I wanted to disappear, to fade into the shadows where nothing could touch me, where the power of music would not haunt me with its ghosts. But in that silence, in that moment of disarray, I heard something else, a flicker of hope, a spark in the darkness. I looked at Maya, and for a heartbeat, I saw her strength reflected back at me. It was in the way she held her violin, the raw energy pulsing through her fingertips, the undeniable bond we shared. Perhaps we were not lost after all. Perhaps there was beauty in the chaos, a melody hidden in the dissonance that begged to be uncovered. With a deep breath, I raised my bow once more, ready to confront the haunting echoes of our failure, ready to weave new threads of sound through the dark fabric of the night. As I opened my eyes, I saw the shadows cast by the stage lights, dancing wildly around us, whispering promises of redemption, a chance to reclaim what we had almost lost. The music was not over, it had only just begun. The shutter clicked, a cold, metallic sound that shattered the fragile silence of the empty street. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, as I watched him, the photographer, the artist, the man I thought I knew, frame his next shot. He was hunched over, eyes narrowed, but it wasn't the art he sought. It was something darker, something more sinister. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, stealing the warmth from the air, as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for the truth to emerge from the shadows. I remember the first time I saw him with that damn camera, its lens glinting in the fluorescent light of the gallery. He was charming, magnetic, like a black hole that pulled everyone into his orbit. But charm can mask a multitude of sins. I remember the way he smiled, like he was hiding a world of secrets behind those perfect teeth. I remember how I felt, invincible, alive, caught in the web of his ambition. But ambition can twist a man into something unrecognizable, and tonight, it was twisting him. The air thickened, a weight on my chest, as I took in the scene. Shadows danced in the corners, whispering secrets only I could hear. I glanced around, the dim streetlights sputtering like dying stars, casting eerie reflections on the cobblestones. This wasn't just any shoot. No, tonight, he was after something more than art, he was hunting souls. And I was the unwitting accomplice. Then there was Clara, my best friend, the innocent caught in the crosshairs of our tangled lives. I remember her laughter, a sound that used to fill the empty spaces between us, but now it echoed with worry. The last time I saw her, she had looked at me with eyes full of questions, and I had turned away, afraid of what I might reveal. I could feel the distance growing, but I didn't have the courage to bridge it. She was my anchor, and I was the storm threatening to drag her under. As I stepped closer, the click of the shutter grew frantic, a heartbeat quickening in the darkness. I could see him now, the flash of his camera illuminating the night, revealing fragments of a hidden reality. Every click was a reminder of the boundaries he crossed, the lines he blurred. The images he captured weren't just beautiful, they were haunting, exposing the raw edges of humanity. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence with my truth, but the words died on my lips. My heart screamed louder, a cacophony of fear and betrayal. But then I caught sight of Clara, her silhouette emerging from the shadows like a ghost summoned by the past. She was drawn to him, entranced, unaware of the darkness lurking just beyond the frame. I wanted to shout a warning, to pull her back, but my voice failed me. Instead, I stood frozen, watching as the man I once admired turned into something monstrous before my eyes. I remember her smile, so genuine, so trusting, how could she not see the danger? The camera was no longer a tool of expression, it was a weapon, a means to exploit and reveal the secrets we all kept buried. The street felt alive, thrumming with tension, as if the city itself pulsed with the fear and uncertainty swirling around us. Time seemed to stretch, each second heavy with unspoken words and unresolved emotions. I could feel the weight of my own choices pressing down on me like a lead blanket. I had let him into my life, into my heart, and now I felt the suffocating grip of his ambition tightening around me. Stop! My voice came out as a desperate whisper, barely breaking the silence, but it felt like a dam had burst inside me. The photographer turned, his eyes glinting with surprise, amusement mingling with something darker. Clara looked between us, confusion etched across her features, like a deer caught in headlights. "Why?" he asked, the word dripping with mockery. "Why would I stop? This is art, darling." The way he said darling made my skin crawl, as if he were tasting the word, savoring the power it gave him. "Art." I spat, fire igniting within me. "This isn't art. This is destruction." I gestured wildly, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins. "You're tearing lives apart for your vision. You're playing with people like they're mere subjects in your twisted gallery." Clara stepped forward, uncertainty flickering across her face. "What are you talking about?" The confusion in her voice cut deeper than any blade. "He's an artist, and this is what he does. He captures moments." But those moments were stained with shadows, and I felt the weight of the world pressing down. I didn't want to lose her to him, to this darkness that enveloped us. My voice broke through the air, raw and desperate. "He's not just capturing moments, Clara. He's exploiting them. He's risking everything for a shot that doesn't care about the consequences." The silence that followed felt like a knife. Clara's gaze shifted from me to him, and I could see the flicker of realization dawning in her eyes. The truth, a ghost haunting our lives, was unraveling. I remembered the way she had looked at me before, with trust, and now that trust was fracturing, the pieces sharp and cutting. "Is that why you've been distant?" she asked, voice trembling. "Because of him." I felt the weight of my own guilt crashing over me. I was afraid of losing her, afraid of what this man had become, and most of all, afraid of the truth that lurked beneath the surface of our tangled lives. But it was too late to pull back, too late to turn away. The confrontation hung in the air like a storm about to break, a tension so thick I could taste it. And just like that, the flash of the camera cut through the darkness again, illuminating a kaleidoscope of emotions, fear, betrayal, love, and the echo of shattered dreams. I felt the night closing in, the chaos of our lives spiraling toward an inevitable climax, and I knew that nothing would ever be the same. The photographer's scandal had begun, and the consequences would ripple through our lives long after the last shutter had closed. I remember the way the shadows twisted and turned, and I could feel the darkness pooling around us, ready to swallow us whole. Time was slipping away, the clock ticking down, and I was standing on the precipice, staring into the abyss of our choices, our secrets, and the haunting reality of what it meant to be human. The screen flickered, a heartbeat of static slicing through the stillness of the room, and for a moment, time held its breath. I could feel the tension coiling in the air, thick like tension before a storm. The vibrant colors of the video stream were swallowed by a creeping darkness, punctuated only by the harsh flickers of that cursed glitch, an uninvited ghost in a digital paradise. My heart raced, as though it understood the importance of this moment far better than my mind. "What's happening?" Lena's voice trembled, her eyes wide, reflecting the dying light of the screen. She clutched the remote like a life preserver, knuckles white, as if she could somehow will the pixels to align, to return to the world we were so desperate to escape into. Her anxiety was a tangible force, a weight pressing down on my chest. This was supposed to be our escape, our sanctuary, every Friday night ritual, a promise of laughter, of connection. But now, it hung precariously on the edge of disintegration. "Just a glitch," I said, masking the turmoil churning inside me. But there was a tremor in my own voice, betraying the truth. I remember how steady my hands had felt, how calm my mind had been just moments before, lost in the vibrant universe of our favorite show. I remember the joy of shared laughter, the warmth of her presence beside me. But now, all I felt was the gnawing fear that this might be the moment we fell apart. Across the room, Jake slammed his laptop shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Stupid technology. His frustration hung in the air, thick and suffocating. He'd been the one to insist we watch the stream tonight, to gather around the comforting glow of pixels and warmth. But here he was, unraveling, a tangle of nerves and anger. I could see the seams of his carefully maintained facade fraying, revealing a man wrestling with more than just a technical failure. "Jake, it's just a hiccup," I offered, trying to reach out. but his gaze was fixed somewhere beyond my words, lost in the ether of his thoughts. The flickering screen mirrored the chaos within him, his dreams, his ambitions flickering like a candle caught in a storm. We were all fighting something that night, and that glitch was merely a reflection of our inner turmoil. I remember the way Lena's laughter had filled the room before the darkness. Each giggle was a thread binding us together, weaving a tapestry of trust and camaraderie. But now, as the screen faltered, so too did the fabric of our friendship. Shadows loomed, and I felt a chill slither up my spine. "Is this really how it ends?" I whispered. My heart raced, each pulse resonating louder than the last, as if the universe was holding its breath with me. The word glitch took on an ominous weight, becoming a metaphor for everything we feared yet never dared to voice, a fracture in our reality, the possibility that we were irrevocably broken. A burst of static jolted us, the sound sharp and electric. "Come on!" Jake shouted, frustration boiling over. He threw the remote onto the couch, and it bounced like a heart that had just received the worst news. The air crackled with tension, and I felt the temperature drop, the warmth of our connection evaporating into the night. Lena's eyes met mine, and I could see the flicker of desperation mirrored there. "I just want to forget," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just for a little while." A silence settled, heavy and laden with unspoken truths. I could sense the ghosts of our past swirling around us, each of us haunted by our own fears. The world outside continued, oblivious to our turmoil, the city pulsing with life, as we fought a battle far more profound than any technical glitch. "Why don't we try rebooting it?" I suggested, my voice a frayed thread in the thick silence. But deep down, I knew it was more than just a flickering screen. It was about our lives, our friendships, our dreams. Everything we held dear was hanging by a thread, like a web spun by a restless spider. "Maybe it's meant to be," Jake said, sinking into the sofa, defeated. I could feel the weight of his surrender, the crushing realization that sometimes, things just fall apart. I wasn't sure if he meant the stream, or us. Lena stood suddenly, her movements sharp and impulsive. "No." Her voice cracked, slicing through the silence. "We have to fix this." She had always been the fighter, the one who refused to let the darkness win. But even she could feel the pull of despair, the abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. The screen flickered again, a final gasp before succumbing to a cascade of colors that morphed into a swirling void. It felt like watching the universe implode, 1,000 stars collapsing into darkness. I could see Lena's face, illuminated by that ghostly glow, and in that moment, something shifted. "Remember when we first watched this show?" I asked, grasping for the thread of nostalgia, hoping it could pull us back from the brink. "How we laughed until our sides hurt." Lena nodded, but her eyes were glazed, lost somewhere between memory and despair. Jake, too, seemed to drift. We were caught in a liminal space, between laughter and heartbreak, reality and the digital facade we clung to. As the screen faded to black, I felt the echoes of our laughter reverberating in the silence, a haunting melody of what had been and what could never be again. In that darkness, I realized we didn't need the stream to connect. The glitch was more than a malfunction, it was a revelation, an opportunity to confront our fractures, to face the shadows we had been avoiding. And as the silence settled, I understood, this wasn't an ending, it was an invitation to rebuild. To confront the ghosts, to face the truths hidden beneath the surface. The stream might have failed us, but our hearts were still alive, still pulsing with the possibility of connection. The night stretched out before us, an uncharted territory filled with uncertainty and fear, but also with hope, a chance to rewrite our story. And in the depths of that glitch, I felt a flicker of something more, a promise glimmering in the dark, a chance to reconnect, to rekindle the flame before it was too late. The laughter rang like shattered glass, a discordant symphony of mirth and tension vibrating through the cramped living room. The air was thick with the stench of spilled drinks and something more sinister, a hint of betrayal, lurking just beneath the surface. I could feel it, prickling at the back of my neck. Moments before, I had been laughing with Sarah, her smile bright, infectious, but now her eyes darted around, restlessly searching for something, or someone. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, a shiver racing down her spine, her fingers tightening around her glass. I wanted to brush it off, laugh it away, but the tension was, like a rubber band, stretched too thin, ready to snap. I remember the way the room suddenly dimmed as if the universe itself held its breath. The music pulsed, a heartbeat quickening, but an undercurrent of something darker began to swell. Across the room, Jake leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed. The light glinted off his forehead, casting shadows that danced with malevolence. He was the storm in the calm, always a few beats from chaos. I felt the weight of Sarah's gaze shift to him, her breath hitching as she recognized the brewing storm. The unspoken history between them hummed in the air, electric, charged with unresolved tension. "Don't, Sarah," I said, but the warning felt like an echo swallowed by the sea. She was already moving, the gravity of their connection pulling her forward. I could see the cracks in her facade, a veneer of confidence slipping away, revealing the vulnerability that lay beneath. Every step she took toward Jake felt like a countdown to disaster. The music swelled and then faltered, the needle skipping as if it too sensed the change in the atmosphere. A primal instinct bloomed in my chest, something was about to break. I wished I could grab Sarah, yank her back to safety, but I was rooted to the spot, a witness to the unfolding tragedy. "What do you want, Sarah?" Jake's voice cut through the silence, rough and raw, like gravel underfoot. The room stilled, the laughter dying like a candle snuffed out in an unforgiving wind. The other guests shifted uncomfortably, unsure whether to look away or lean in, their faces mere shadows illuminated by the flickering lights. "I want," she started, but the words fumbled in her throat, choked by the weight of what had come before. "I want you to stop pretending this doesn't matter." Pretending. The word hung in the air, sharp and accusing. It was a boulder dropped in a serene pond, sending ripples of unease spreading outward. Jake scoffed, a harsh laugh that felt like nails on a chalkboard, and for a brief moment, I saw the flicker of affection in his eyes, quickly masked by disdain. "You think this matters? You're just another party trick to me." And just like that, the dam broke. Her face twisted, a mixture of hurt and anger, and I could feel it, the collective intake of breath from the onlookers. The room was an orchestra tuning before the dark symphony of violence. My heart raced, I yearned to scream at Jake, to let him know he was playing with fire, but my voice was lost in the chaos brewing around us. Then it happened. A glass shattered against the wall, the sound sharp and jagged, a signal that ignited the tension into flames. I remember the way Sarah's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and fury, as she spun toward the noise, her body coiling like a spring. The laughter faded, the atmosphere thickened with palpable dread. "Who did that?" someone shouted, but nobody had the answer, only the primal instinct to back away from the encroaching storm. And then, chaos erupted. Jake lunged forward, a bull in a china shop, fists clenched. Guests scattered, some trying to intervene, others drawn inexplicably into the maelstrom. I felt the movement, the rush of bodies colliding, adrenaline surging through the room like wildfire. Sarah's scream sliced through the din, a raw, visceral sound that cut deeper than any fist could. Amidst the chaos, I caught sight of Jake's face, a mask of fury and something else, fear. It flickered across his features, gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by an unrestrained rage. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back, but my feet felt heavy, anchored by an unseen force. "Stop! Just stop!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the tide of bodies, the suffocating wave of anger and misunderstanding. The fight spiraled, a violent ballet of emotions, and in every punch thrown, I could feel the weight of their history, a past that had cracked open like an old wound, oozing resentment and hurt. Sarah was in the thick of it, her fists raised, her face a mask of determination. I had never seen her like this, a warrior in the heat of battle, and yet I could feel the fragility of it all, the thin veneer of strength threatening to shatter. I was terrified, terrified for her, terrified for me, terrified of what this party had become. The lights flickered again, shadows stretching and curling like ghosts, each one whispering secrets of pain and betrayal. I could see the faces of our friends, no, strangers now, morphing from laughter to fear, from joy to despair. Each punch thrown seemed to echo the unresolved conflicts, the dreams left unfulfilled, the memories that haunted us all. In the chaos, I caught a glimpse of the clock on the wall, time frozen in that moment of violence, a reminder that we were all trapped within our own spirals of hurt and anger. The music had stopped, replaced by the primal sounds of human emotion, screams, grunts, and the sickening sound of flesh on flesh. I remember feeling small, insignificant amidst the storm. I wanted to scream, to pull the threads of it all back together, but it was too late for reason, too late for calm. The very essence of the night, the laughter, the joy, the promises of connection, had unraveled, leaving only the raw, exposed flesh of our truths laid bare. I stood there, breathless, heart racing, as the brawl continued to spiral, an unending loop of emotion and chaos. The night, once filled with dreams and laughter, had transformed into a battleground, and I was caught in the eye of the storm, desperately grasping for something, anything, solid to hold onto as everything crumbled around me. The church bells clanged the hour, a cacophony that sliced through the suffocating silence of the empty street. I stood there, heart pulsing wildly, the heavy fabric of my wedding gown a shroud that both adorned and suffocated me. I could still hear the whispered promises my mother made as she laced me into this very dress, the love and dreams pinned to each tight knot, every thread a weight dragging me down. But out here, in the gathering dusk, those dreams felt like a noose around my throat, and I gasped for air, feeling the grip of fate tightening. In the shadowed alley to my left, a figure stirred, cloaked in the tattered remnants of a past that could have been. Jake! My heart surged and crumbled like brittle parchment. The boy who once held my hand under a canopy of stars was now a man forged in shadows, his eyes haunted by their own ghosts. You shouldn't be here, I whispered, fear lacing my words, but the anger that followed burned hotter than the guilt. You promised me you'd move on. He stepped closer, the dim light revealing the lines carved into his forehead, etched by worry and weariness. And let you marry him? To live a life scripted by everyone but you. His voice was a low growl, a storm barely contained. I can't watch you walk down that aisle, Emma. I won't. Then what do you propose we do? I spat, anguish rising within me. Run away? Join the circus? Become ghosts of our dreams? The bitter laugh that escaped me was hollow, teasing the edges of despair. But I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of hope, the reckless abandon that had once captivated me. We create our own story. Right here, right now. He reached for my hand, his touch igniting a fire beneath the layers of silk and lace, sending shivers up my spine. The air crackled with tension, the scent of rain mingling with the damp earth beneath us. I remembered the way we used to dream, painting pictures of wild adventures on the backs of our hands, our laughter echoing into the night. But reality loomed larger than those dreams, a monstrous weight lingering over us. I was to be a bride, and he was the ghost of what I couldn't have. The chime of the clock in the tower rang out again, each echo a countdown. Every stroke felt like a hammer against the fragile glass of my resolve. You don't understand, I urged, desperation spilling over. I can't just leave. It's not just me anymore. There are lives at stake, the lives of my family, of Arthur. I shuddered, the name of my betrothed a bitter pill in my throat. Arthur does not know you, Emma. He cannot know you, not like I do. Jake's voice trembled with raw intensity, each word pushing me further into turmoil. You're not a prize to be won, you're a fire that needs to burn wild, not dim to fit someone else's expectations. Yet, as I stood there, torn between the flames of passion and the icy grip of obligation, a shadow flickered behind him. The spectre of my father loomed, like a ghost of authority, his disappointment echoing in my veins. I could almost hear his voice, stern yet pleading. Do what's right, Emma. Do what's expected. And there it was, the pulse of tradition, the weight of name and honor pressing down with relentless ferocity. I could hear the laughter of guests from the other side of the church doors, could feel the warmth of their love and expectation seeping through the cracks. I can't, I whispered, the shattering of my heart resounding in the widening chasm between us. I can't just throw it all away. But Jake stepped closer, his breath warm against my cheek, and for a moment, the world faded. What are you afraid of, Emma? Losing Arthur? Or losing yourself? I looked into his eyes, and the tempest swirling there reflected my own fears. I'm terrified, I admitted, tears brimming, unmasking the vulnerability I had kept hidden. What if I choose wrong? What if I'm left with nothing? Choosing wrong is better than not choosing at all, he murmured, brushing a thumb over my cheek, the lingering touch awakening something long forgotten, a desire for freedom, for authenticity. But before I could respond, the church doors swung open, and the cacophony of voices burst forth like an avalanche. I could see my mother's face, radiant but strained, glistening with tears of joy and expectation. A silent scream clawed at my throat as I was pulled back toward the suffocating light of my reality. No! I cried, half hope, half fear, desperate for something, anything, that could keep me here, with him. Please, don't make me go back. Jake's grip tightened around my wrist, grounding me against the chaos swirling within and outside. Then don't, he breathed, the weight of the moment crashing down like a wave, pulling me under. But every second that ticked by felt heavier than stone, each heartbeat echoing the truth I feared to confront. And just then, a figure stepped out of the shadows, a man clad in darkness, his presence a chilling reminder of the choice I faced. Arthur! The future I had been groomed for stood before me, expectation etched in every line of his face, a dagger glinting in his eyes that demanded my submission. Emma, he called, his voice cutting through the tension, smooth and insistent. It's time. The world spun around me, a whirlwind of choices and consequences, and I stood at the precipice, teetering between two lives, one built on the whispers of tradition, the other ignited by the flames of passion. As Jake's hand slipped from mine, the connection severed, my heart shattered anew. I felt the chill of impending destiny, the weight of chains forged in silence and duty. I caught one last glimpse of his haunted eyes, and I knew this drama, this departure, was only the beginning. It was a moment suspended in time, a fracture in reality that would spiral into the unknown. With a deep breath, I stepped forward, toward the specter of the man who awaited me, but I turned back, one last desperate look at the shadows. I remember, I whispered, knowing that whatever lay ahead was a path woven with haunting echoes of love, loss, and unfulfilled dreams. The sirens pierced the air, echoing through the night like banshees wailing for the lost. I remember the way the shadows stretched and twisted, clutching at my feet as I ran, heart racing, each beat a drum in the chaos. The city was alive, but not in the way you'd hope, no, it was a wild, unholy dance of smoke and panic. I could taste the acrid tang of fear, sharp as a knife on my tongue. Kara stood in the middle of the street, her hands trembling, fingers flickering like a flame caught in a gust of wind. The flickering lights from the nearby news van painted her face in strobe-like flashes, illuminating the grief etched there, the terror threatening to consume her. She was searching the crowd, scanning the faces, desperate for a sign, a breath of hope. I can't lose him, she whispered, clutching a crumpled photograph of her younger brother, the edges worn from her constant grip. It was a picture of laughter, of a boy who dreamed of flying, now lost in the chaos of a night turned monstrous. Everywhere I looked, there were faces twisted in horror, eyes wide and unblinking, mouths opening to scream but no sound escaping. I remember thinking that this was what it felt like to drown, every futile gasp for air met with shadows, with despair. In the distance, a building burned, flames licking the night sky like a lion tasting its prey. The glow turned the darkness into a hellish canvas, and I felt the heat on my skin, raw and real. Then there was Daniel, standing just a few feet away, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, as if he could choke back the reality of what was unfolding. I could see the way he stared into the fire, not with fear, but with something darker, an unsettling fascination. "It's like watching a nightmare," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, lost to the chaos. He was a journalist, trained to report truth, but tonight, he was drowning in the allure of the disaster, an unwitting voyeur of suffering. "I need to capture this," he murmured, as if the flames could be tamed into words on a page, as if his pen could wield power over the destruction. I remember, I thought, when it was just a story. Now it was flesh and bone, a living nightmare, and the cameras rolled, their lenses hungry for the rawness of our pain. The media frenzy was a beast, ravenous and relentless, feeding on the despair of the night. I could see the reporters hustling, faces grim but eyes gleaming with the thrill of the scoop. It was grotesque, a circus of calamity, each soul caught in the web of their own conflicts. Kara's breath hitched, and I felt her despair seep into my skin. What if his? Her voice cracked, and for a moment, the world around us faded to a distant roar, the flames a backdrop to her agony. I reached out, gripping her shoulder, grounding her, even as my own heart thudded like a wild animal inside my chest. We'll find him, I promised, though doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind. The promise felt hollow, a fragile ghost in the face of reality. Daniel snapped photographs, each click a reminder of the pain, each flash illuminating the faces of the lost. This will be the story that shakes the world, he said, his eyes alight with the fervor of a writer, yet I could see the flicker of fear behind them, fear of being too close, fear of becoming the story. I wanted to scream at him, to pull him back from that edge, but words were lost in the chaos, swallowed by the frenzy. Look! Kara shouted, pointing toward the building as it crumbled, bricks tumbling like bodies falling from grace. I followed her gaze, and the horror etched into my bones. It was a moment suspended in time, a snapshot of destruction. How could the world keep turning? How could life continue when everything around us disintegrated? I remember the way the smoke twisted into the night sky, coiling like a serpent, a silent witness to our grief. It whispered of loss, of dreams extinguished in an instant. I felt it clawing at my throat, choking me with an urgency to scream, to shout to the universe that this was not how it was supposed to end. But all that emerged was silence, the heavy weight of despair pressing down, a tangible thing that wrapped around my heart. Then, in that suffocating stillness, Kara's phone buzzed violently in her pocket, shattering the moment. She fumbled for it, her fingers trembling like leaves in a tempest. The screen lit up with a message, a brief glimpse of hope. "He's alive," she gasped, tears spilling down her cheeks, mingling with the dirt and ash of the night. I felt a rush of relief, a fleeting warmth in the icy grip of despair. But Daniel didn't celebrate. He stood, frozen, the camera hanging limply from his neck, as if he had forgotten to breathe. "But at what cost?" he asked, his voice a mere shadow of itself. And in that moment, I saw it, the conflict raging within him, the battle between a journalist's duty and the horrifying reality of human suffering. The lens had captured too much, and he was lost in the murky waters of it all, drowning in the lives he documented. The sirens wailed on, relentless, and I felt the night stretching infinitely, a cosmic joke that sought to mock us. The news anchors would spin this tale, would wrap it in neat little packages, heroism, tragedy, rebirth, but here, in the chaos, it was raw and unfiltered. The camera couldn't capture the soul of the night, the heartbeat of its people. I remember thinking that the media frenzy would soon wane, but the scars would linger, etched forever in the hearts of those who knew the truth. In the shadows, as the lights flickered and the sirens faded, a question gnawed at me: what would emerge from this darkness? What stories would rise like ghosts, haunting us, reminding us that even in the midst of calamity, we were all linked, by fear, by loss, by the desperate hope for dawn? Inside the chaos, a silent pact formed, we were bound together by the night. And as I stood there, a part of the story yet unfolding, I felt the weight of our collective heartbeat. The night was far from over, the frenzy only just beginning, and somewhere in the distance, a clock ticked, counting down to the next inevitable moment of reckoning. The silence is deafening, a void stretching across the dimly lit hall, where once, laughter danced like wild flames. Now, it clings to the walls like a suffocating fog. I stand there, heart pounding in my chest, betraying my breathless anticipation as the echoes of broken vows swirl around me like ghosts in the wind. I remember the moment it all cracked, the sound of shattered glass, the flicker of joy extinguished, the gasps that cut through the air sharper than knives. A wedding should be a celebration, a symphony of love, yet here we are, caught in the aftermath of catastrophe, the haunting aftermath of supposed forever. Fiona, the bride, stands frozen, a porcelain doll with her heart cracked wide open. The rich satin of her gown pools around her feet, a sea of dreams drowned in disappointment. Her eyes, once alight with expectation, now brim with tears, each drop a testament to shattered hopes. "I thought he was the one," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread, barely holding together the remnants of her spirit. Each word, a confession, a prayer, a scream swallowed by the shadows. The crowd, a turbulent sea of faces, holds its breath, a collective sigh caught in the throats of strangers, friends, and family, all spilling into one chaotic moment of shared grief. And then there's Liam, sitting in the back, a self-imposed exile amidst the chaos. His hands shake as he clutches his drink like a lifeline, the amber liquid swirling like the memories that plague him. I remember how he promised Fiona the world, how he spoke of infinite tomorrows, only to find himself suffocated by the weight of his own indecision. I never wanted this, he mutters to himself, though the words barely register, lost in the roaring tide of public disapproval surrounding him. The whispers swirl, coiling around him like barbed wire. Coward, they hiss, failure. The air crackles with tension, a storm waiting to unleash itself. What happened? Someone shouts from the back, the voice piercing through the fog. Every head turns, all eyes fixated on Liam, the accused, the once beloved. My heart aches for him. I remember the weekend trips, the laughter, the dreams they painted in the air like fireflies caught in a jar. But now, those dreams are ashes, and the flames of hope flicker in the wind. Tell us, another voice chimes in, sharper now, insistent. The crowd, once supportive, now turns into a pack of wolves, hunting for blood, for answers, for someone to blame. They want a reason, a narrative that fits into the neat little boxes they've crafted in their minds. But what they don't understand is that love is rarely neat, it's messy, chaotic, and often, heartbreakingly imperfect. I remember the day Fiona found the ring, the way her eyes sparkled like the stars in a midnight sky, the way she laughed, that sound ringing like chimes in the breeze. But even those beautiful moments feel like cruel taunts now, memories that flicker in and out of focus like a forgotten film reel. I thought the wedding was supposed to be perfect, she cries, her voice breaking, shattering the remaining silence. No, it was never meant to be perfect. It was meant to be real. And reality is brutal, a storm that leaves wreckage in its wake. I can feel the crowd's energy shifting, like the tides before a tsunami. They want a spectacle, they crave the drama of it all. And there, in the eye of the storm, is Liam, vulnerable and exposed. The accusations rain down like arrows, each one piercing his already battered heart. You don't deserve her, someone screams, the anger boiling over, a reflection of their own pain, their own fears of love gone awry. Stop! I want to shout, to reach out and pull them all back from the precipice. But words escape me, lost in the tumult of emotion swirling around us. I remember the late-night talks, the whispered promises under the stars, the way they painted their dreams with wild colors. Yet here they stand, on the brink of destruction. Fiona takes a step forward, her chin raised defiantly, but the tremor in her voice betrays her. You don't know what it's like, she cries, anger and hurt melding into a potent cocktail, spilling over. You think this is easy? You think I wanted to stand here, broken? And in that moment, I see her, a warrior cloaked in vulnerability, battling not just for herself, but for the love that once was. The crowd falls silent, caught off guard by the rawness of her pain. They are no longer spectators, they are witnesses to a tragedy unfolding, each one clutching their own scarred hearts, reflecting the fear of love that might one day abandon them too. But there's a spark of defiance in her. I can see it, flickering in the depths of her sorrow. You can judge all you want, she says, voice steadier now, but you have no idea what lies beneath the surface. This isn't just a wedding, it's our lives, the mess, the chaos, the beauty of it all. We loved, and that's worth something. The words hang in the air, heavy with truth, a beacon in the dark night. And just like that, a crack opens in the crowd's judgment, a chink in the armor of scorn. It's a moment of deep recognition, a reminder that love is as fragile as it is resilient. But Liam, lost in the storm, can't see the light breaking through. His shoulders slump under the weight of guilt that festers and rots, turning into something grotesque. I'm sorry, he whispers, barely audible, a prayer to the universe, a plea for understanding. I'm so sorry. But sorry isn't enough in a world that craves perfection. The silence stretches, taut as a wire, before it snaps, a cacophony of voices, a whirlwind of emotions. The backlash has begun, and it's more than public outrage, it's personal, bleeding into the hearts of everyone who dared to witness this unraveling. I remember standing there, a spectre among the living, feeling the weight of their gaze, the heaviness of their judgment. I wanted to scream, shout, and tear down the walls of misunderstanding. But instead, I'm trapped in this moment, this chaotic symphony of pain, love, loss, and hope. The haunting echoes of their shared failures intertwine, creating an unsettling melody that vibrates through the air, leaving a chilling resonance in its wake. Time feels suspended, as if the universe itself holds its breath, anticipating the collision of shattered dreams and raw reality. I can't look away, neither can anyone else. The aftermath is a tide that will wash over us all, reshaping the landscape of our lives, leaving marks that will never fully fade. And as I stand in the eye of this emotional storm, I realize, this isn't just about Fiona and Liam. It's about us all, and the love we dare to chase, the cracks we try to hide, and the haunting knowledge that sometimes, love is more than a fairy tale. Sometimes, it's just the beginning of a darker tale waiting to be told. The door slammed, reverberating through the cavernous hall like a thunderclap. I felt the chill creep up my spine, a frigid reminder that silence is never truly empty. The air thickened with tension, breaths halted, hearts raced. I stood there, teetering on the precipice of chaos, watching as fury ignited in my brother's eyes. Charles, his face twisted with an anguish I had never seen, was a tempest contained in flesh. He pointed an accusatory finger at our sister, the once beloved Isabella, who recoiled as if struck. The echoes of unspoken words hung heavy, weighing down the room like the oppressive shadow of a storm cloud. I remember, I whispered to myself, clenching the tapestry's edge, its intricate threads woven with the family's history. I remember when family meant safety. But now, it felt more like a battlefield. The walls echoed with betrayal, the kind that seeped into your bones and made you question everything you thought you knew. Isabella's defenses crumbled before our eyes. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were now dark pools of desperation. I didn't mean for this to happen, she choked out, her voice trembling, a fragile whisper lost in the cacophony of blame that ricocheted off the stone walls. You don't understand. Charles stepped closer, towering over her, his breath heavy with accusation like an iron shackle clasping her throat. Understand? I saw you. I trusted you. The accusation hung in the air, a loaded arrow aimed straight at her heart. You betrayed us for a crown. For power. The words hit hard, cruel and unforgiving, as if they were barbed arrows unleashed from his quiver of rage. I stood frozen, caught in a web of familial loyalty and the horrifying realization that the golden threads of our lineage were fraying, unraveling amidst the chaos. My heart thudded painfully, I was the silent witness, yet it felt as though my own heart was being torn in two. How can you say that? Isabella's voice rose, desperation giving it an edge. I did it for us. For all of us. Her hands trembled, and I could see the tears pooling, threatening to spill over and wash away the remnants of our once unbreakable bond. It was in that moment I felt the sickening weight of truth. Betrayal was a festering wound, and we were all complicit in its infection. I remember the laughter, I murmured to myself, clenching my fists. I remember the sunlight streaming through the tall windows, the way we would hide from the world, tucked away in our own little kingdom. But those memories felt like ghosts, flitting through shadows, haunting me with their bittersweet glow. Enough! Charles's voice was thunder, vibrating through the chilly air. You think you can justify treachery with noble intentions? You think love shields you from the consequences of your actions? Each word clawed at Isabella, and I felt the familiar pang of helplessness. What had happened to us? What had turned our laughter into this anguished cacophony? The stark reality of our situation settled like lead in my stomach. Love was no shield, it was a weapon, wielded with brutal precision. The clock ticked ominously, each second counting down to an inevitable confrontation. A clock that had once marked the time of playful family gatherings now counted down to the dreads of our unraveling. I did this for you. Isabella cried, her vulnerability stripped bare, raw and exposed. I was tired of being the shadow of your greatness, Charles. I wanted to stand in the light. Her voice cracked, and I could see the flickering flame of her hope sputtering against the dark, cold wind of our reality. A flicker of doubt crossed Charles's face, but it was quickly hidden beneath layers of hurt and anger. You think I wanted this? To watch my own sister betray the very fabric of our family? The very thing that binds us. I wanted to scream, to break the cycle of blame that was tightening its noose around our throats, but my voice was lost in the suffocating silence that followed. I felt as if I were drowning in a sea of unspoken accusations, and it was terrifying. I remember the night you vowed to protect one another, I whispered, my heart racing as I stepped forward, desperate to bridge the chasm that had opened between them. We promised to stand together, no matter what. And now we're tearing each other apart. Those words hung in the air, an echo of a time when we were a unit, when the bonds of blood meant something more than just obligation and rivalry. The weight of my memories pressed against my chest, threatening to suffocate me. Isabella's eyes glistened, reflecting a cocktail of fear and defiance. I didn't want to be overshadowed anymore. I wanted to matter. I thought what? Charles interrupted, voice rising again, frustration spilling over. Thought you could stab us in the back and still be welcomed with open arms? You're lost, Isabella. Power has twisted your mind. And there it was, the cruel knife of accusation, piercing straight to the core. It was as if the very atmosphere crackled with the weight of our shared history, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering through the corridors, demanding justice, demanding loyalty. The air was thick with despair, each breath a reminder of the rift that threatened to swallow us whole. As I watched my siblings spiral deeper into their unresolved pain, I felt the shadows whispering to me, beckoning me closer. I stood on the edge of the abyss, torn between loyalty and the suffocating reality that love could often become the cruelest of fates. Isabella, I began, my voice softer now, the tension of the moment swirling around us like a tempest. What if we could find a way back? A path to healing? But the moment hung like a fragile thread, at the mercy of the storm brewing within our hearts. And in that instant, I realized the truth, no words could undo the damage. No apologies could stitch the fabric of our family back together. The clock ticked on, relentless and cruel, as we stood teetering on the precipice of our own making, waiting for the next blow to land. The shadows grew heavier, stretching toward us, and I knew that this confrontation was only the beginning. The dark night was far from over. It begins with silence, a silence so profound it sits heavy on the shoulders of the city, cloaking the cobblestones in dread. A low, murmuring wind kisses the shadows of the crumbling castle walls, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. The clock tower ticks, a merciless reminder that time is an unforgiving witness to the chaos that has unraveled. The air is thick, dense with uncertainty, every breath a gamble in this theater of treachery. The throne room is a vast void, a cavern of echoes where no one dares to tread. I stand at the threshold, heart racing, pulse thrumming like a war drum. I remember the day the rumors first slithered through the marketplace, curling around the necks of the townsfolk like a noose. They spoke in hushed tones, eyes wide with disbelief, as the shadows of the royals flickered and danced like flames, once bright, now extinguished. I remember the faces, fear and derision swirling like a tempest, rising and falling with every word spoken in anger. Eleanor stands there, in the center of the room, her shoulders squared, chin raised, but I see the tremor beneath her brave facade. She's the crown's last bastion, yet her eyes betray her, a vast ocean of doubt, dragging hope down to the depths. They don't understand, she whispers, voice trembling like a fragile thread. They think this is over. Her hands clench into fists, knuckles white, as if she could crush the very air that's threatening to suffocate her. I want to reach out, to tell her she isn't alone, that we are in this nightmare together. But the truth is a bitter pill, and I cannot swallow it. Then there's William, the king's brother, the loyal knight turned reluctant pawn in this deadly game. I watch him pace like a caged beast, anger radiating from him in waves. These fools, he growls, teeth gritted as if the words themselves could slice through the tension. They know nothing of sacrifice, of loyalty. Each word is a hammer, striking the anvil of his heart, each blow echoing the shattering trust that has brought us to this precipice. I remember the day we laughed together, under the warm sun, our futures stretching before us like a golden tapestry. How naive we were, stitching dreams with threads of arrogance. Now that tapestry lies torn, frayed at the edges, and the colors bleed into one another, a chaotic mess. William, listen, Eleanor's voice is a lifeline thrown into the storm, but he is lost in his anger. They will come for us, he snaps, the fire in his eyes a flicker of madness. They will tear us apart, piece by piece. I can't help but wonder, who is the real monster here? The faceless crowd that rallies against the crown, or the very royalty that once stood so proudly above them, now crumbling like ancient stone beneath the weight of their own sins. Night drapes itself over the castle, thick and suffocating, as if the very cosmos has turned its back on us. Shadows stretch, slithering into corners, lurking with intentions unseen. The flickering candles cast ghostly shapes on the walls, reminders of a time when laughter filled these halls, before the weight of betrayal snuffed out the light. I remember sitting in the grand hall, drinking from goblets of wine, the taste sweet and heady, a stark contrast to the bitter reality now clawing at my throat. Eleanor, you have to see this for what it is, I whisper, stepping closer, desperate to bridge the chasm widening between us. They are hungry for blood, for a spectacle. They want a head on a pike. The words spill from me, raw and jagged, like shards of glass. She flinches, and I feel it, a crack in her armor, a fissure bleeding hope. Enough! William's roar reverberates, shaking the very stones beneath our feet. We cannot cower like cowards. We must fight. The fire in his belly ignites something in me, something primal and dangerous. But fight for what? For a throne that has become a symbol of disgrace? For a crown that drips with the venom of our past mistakes? I look at Eleanor, and I see the conflict waging war in her heart, a battle between loyalty to her blood and the gruesome reality of her legacy. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and the guards spill in a wave of steel and fury, faces masked in shadows, eyes glinting with fervor. They are the embodiment of the crowd's wrath, a storm unleashed. Your Majesties, we must leave. A voice calls out, urgency tinged with fear. I watch as Eleanor's resolve fractures like glass. Leave, she whispers, disbelief etched across her features. And let them take what's left of our dignity. The guards shift, unease rippling through their ranks. They know the price of loyalty now, and it's steep. William steps forward, the embodiment of valor and rage, but doubt gnaws at him. What if we're too late? He asks, voice trembling, cracks appearing in his bravado. I see it, the flicker of fear behind his eyes, the ghost of uncertainty. The tension thickens, a palpable force, and I can almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, counting down, counting us out. I want to scream, to shake them both until they see the truth. There is no honor left in this fight, only shadows and echoes of what once was. The floor trembles beneath us, a reminder that the ground we stand on is anything but solid. I remember when I thought the world revolved around us, how naive we were to think the crown was invincible. Now, as the guards inch closer, weapons drawn, it dawns on me, this is no longer about power. It's about survival, about the visceral instinct to hold onto something, anything, even if it's just a fraying thread connecting us to our humanity. Together, I breathe, the word a feeble prayer hanging in the air. Whatever happens, we face it together. Eleanor's eyes meet mine, a fleeting moment of understanding before the storm breaks loose, and we are swept up in the chaos of our own making, teetering on the edge of oblivion. The world outside is dark and wild, a maelstrom waiting to engulf us whole, and yet here we are, tangled in our own hearts, wrestling ghosts that will never let us go. And as the final echoes of laughter fade into the night, there's only this, an uncertain future, a fractured family, and the gnawing realization that the true aftermath lies not in the loss of a crown, but in the shattering of an image, once so royal, now so painfully human. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke, the kind that clings to your throat and makes breathing a conscious act. In the dim light of that crumbling room, shadows twisted like the gnarl of fate itself, whispering secrets guarded by time. I stood there, heart pounding, watching as Maya's hands trembled, her fingers brushing against the chipped wallpaper, a desperate plea for comfort in a world unraveling around us. I remember the way she looked, skin pale as the moonlight streaming through the cracked window, eyes wide with the kind of haunting fear that etches itself into your soul. It was an eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant wail of sirens, a reminder that the world outside was spiraling into chaos. "Why didn't we see this coming?" she whispered, the question hanging in the air like a noose. I felt it tighten around my neck, the weight of regret pressing down. I wanted to answer, to hold her close and tell her it was going to be okay, but the truth was a knife in my gut. We both knew it wouldn't be okay. Across the room, Daniel paced, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, shoulders hunched like a man carrying the weight of the universe. His jaw clenched, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. I could see him fighting the urge to shout, to scream out into the void that had swallowed us whole. "We thought we could control it," he spat, anger lacing his voice. "We thought we had it all figured out. But look where we are now." I watched the shadows dance around him, flickering with the pulse of his anxiety, each step echoing the rhythm of our impending doom. I remember the first time we encountered the problem, how it seemed so insignificant, like a single drop of rain on a clear day. Small fluctuations, minor discrepancies in the data. We had laughed it off, dismissing it as nothing more than an oversight, a mere hiccup in the grand scheme of things. "It's just a blip," Daniel had said, optimism gleaming in his eyes. But that blip had grown, spiraled into an uncontrollable force, consuming everything we held dear. Now, as I stood there, the weight of our choices crushed me. I could feel the walls closing in, the air thickening with the scent of fear and desperation. This wasn't just a crisis, it was a funeral for our dreams, a burial of hopes lost in the abyss of our arrogance. I looked at Maya, her lips quivering, and I wanted to reach out, to tell her we were going to fix it, but the truth was, I was as lost as she was. The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder of our mortality, of the time slipping away like sand through our fingers. "What happened to us?" I murmured, mostly to myself, but Daniel caught it, his gaze pinning me down, a spotlight on my insecurities. The ghosts of our past decisions loomed like shadows, taunting us with the echoes of our failures. I remember the late nights spent poring over spreadsheets, the caffeine-fueled debates that turned into arguments. Each number was a dagger, every statistic a reminder of how we had miscalculated, how we had underestimated the complexity of what we were dealing with. I remember the way Maya's laugh would light up the room, but lately, it felt like we were drowning in darkness, lost in an ocean of despair. "Are we too late?" she asked, her voice quivering with the weight of unanswered questions. I wanted to say no, to assure her that we could turn it around, but in my heart, I knew the answer. It felt like a chasm opening up beneath my feet, a terrifying plunge into the unknown. "Maybe we should have listened," Daniel said, his voice barely above a whisper, the regret heavy in each syllable. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of realization, the dawning horror of our collective ignorance. We thought we were invincible, that our plans were airtight, but life has a way of unraveling the finest of knots. I remembered the moments leading up to this, the signs we had ignored, the warnings that had flickered like distant stars, begging us to pay attention. Each missed opportunity echoed louder now, a cacophony of what ifs clawing at my mind. "What went wrong?" I echoed, the question morphing into a mantra, a haunting refrain that looped through my thoughts, drowning out everything else. Maya turned to me, her eyes glistening, a wellspring of emotion swirling within. "We thought we could control it," she said again, the words heavy with the burden of realization. "But we were so focused on the numbers, we forgot to listen to each other." Each syllable stabbed at my heart, a brutal reminder of our fragmented connections. The room felt smaller, the shadows pressing in, suffocating. I could almost hear the ticking of the universe, a relentless reminder that our time was running out. I remember, I began, but my voice cracked, faltering under the weight of the memories. I remembered the optimism, the laughter, the plans we had woven into the fabric of our lives, only to watch it all unravel before our eyes. I remember, Daniel echoed, his voice breaking, lost in the haze of regret. I remember when we thought it was just a game. Through the thickening silence, a shared understanding settled over us, a recognition of our shared culpability. We had been blind, chasing illusions while the foundation crumbled beneath our feet. And now, as we faced the abyss together, it was clear that the lessons we had learned were written in the scars left on our hearts. The sirens wailed louder now, a haunting soundtrack to our demise, and in that moment, I grasped the gravity of our choices, the way they etched themselves into the very fabric of who we were. We stood on the precipice of something unthinkable, a confrontation with the ghosts of our past that would haunt us until our last breath. As I looked into Maya's eyes, I felt the connection between us pulse like a lifeline, but it was fragile, a whisper of what had been. "What comes next?" I asked, knowing the answer would change everything. We were no longer the architects of our fate, we were lost souls, wandering in search of redemption amidst the ruins of our own making. And there, in that crumbling room, as the shadows closed in, I realized one haunting truth: the lessons learned were not just about what went wrong, they were a testament to the raw, unyielding power of hope, even when the cosmos conspired against us, even when the darkness threatened to consume us whole. We were still here, still fighting, still reaching for the light. And perhaps, just perhaps, that was enough to keep us tethered to the fragile thread of possibility. The clock struck 9, its chime echoing through the empty hall like a warning. She stood there, heart pounding against her ribcage, feeling as if the very walls were closing in, suffocating her with expectations. Princess Ilara, clad in a gown that shimmered like 1,000 shattered dreams, looked out at the moonlit courtyard, where shadows danced with a ghostly grace. Tonight was meant to be a celebration, a union of hearts, but the tension coiled in the air like a serpent ready to strike. I remember, her voice trembled, breaking the silence. I remember the stories my mother told me, the tales of love wrapped in silk and gold, of crowns and castles. But this, her eyes darted to the mirror, catching a glimpse of her reflection, a stranger masked in royal finery. This isn't a fairy tale. It's a cage. Behind her, the door creaked open, and in came her brother, Prince Cedric, his face a mask of turmoil. He had always been the embodiment of strength, yet tonight he seemed frail, a mere spectre of the man she knew. "Ilara, you have to understand," he said, his voice a low rumble, the weight of the kingdom resting on his shoulders. "This union is what's best for us. For our people." "Best for whom?" she shot back, her words sharp as glass. "For us or for the throne? For tradition or for our hearts?" Cedric stepped closer, desperation etched in every line of his face. "It's not just us anymore. It's about preserving a legacy, a dynasty. The moment you agreed to marry him, you became a symbol, not just a sister. A symbol." The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. She wanted to scream, to tear off this glittering facade and run into the night, but the chains of duty held her fast. She had always admired the stories of love that defied the odds, but now she saw them for what they were, fantasies woven with threads of impossibility. "What if I don't want to be a symbol?" Ilara whispered, the weight of her truth crashing down around her like a tidal wave. Cedric's eyes softened, a flicker of understanding breaking through his steely demeanor. "You think I haven't struggled with this? You think it's easy? I'm losing my sister to the crown, and I can't do anything to stop it." The air crackled with unspoken words, emotion spiraling like the leaves caught in an autumn whirlwind. "But I'm not just a pawn on your chessboard, Cedric. I am flesh and blood, dreams and fears. I am," and then she faltered, the moment stretching between them, taut and shimmering. Memories flooded her mind, the laughter shared over midnight feasts, the secrets whispered in the moonlight, the promises carved into carved wooden beams. "I am still me," she finished, her voice barely a whisper. But even as she said it, doubt gnawed at her insides like a hungry beast. The wedding, the culmination of so many hopes, loomed just beyond the flickering candles, casting long shadows that swallowed her whole. Her heart raced, a wild stallion bolting into the night, longing for freedom. Cedric's voice was a lifeline, but it felt like a noose. What if he's the one who could change everything? What if this union opens new doors? We can reshape traditions, we can reshape or recreate. Ilara shot back, her heart pounding with fierce independence. "What if I don't want to reshape a world that doesn't understand me? What if I want to tear it all down?" "I want," "The whispers will drown you," he interrupted, his voice urgent. "The people will never accept a break from tradition. You know that. But what about what I want? The question hung in the air, raw and exposed. Silence engulfed them, thick and heavy like the weight of the crown. Outside, the world prepared for celebration, unaware of the storm brewing within the royal chambers. The tension snapped, and she surged forward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't care about the tradition. I care about what it means to love, to truly love. Not to be a pawn in a game that I never wanted to play. Cedric flinched, as if her words were daggers flying through the air. You think you're the only one with dreams? You think I haven't sacrificed everything for this family? For you? A truth lingered between them, stark and unforgiving. She could see the flicker of pain in her brother's eyes, the ghost of their shared dreams fading into the shadows. And what am I sacrificing, Cedric? My happiness? My heart? All for a crown adorned with thorns. The clock chimed again, an ominous reminder of time slipping away. Each toll echoed through her chest, a countdown to the inevitable. They were running out of time, but what were they racing toward? I remember, she whispered again, the words falling like fragile petals. I remember laughing until dawn, dreaming of more than this. Outside, the jubilant sounds of the kingdom thrummed through the air, a stark contrast to the tempest within. As the doors swung open, and the bright lights flooded the darkened room, the reality of what awaited her hit like ice water. The faces she would have to wear, the smiles that would never reach her eyes, the love that would be expected yet never given. The future of royal weddings, a spectacle of lavish excess, would soon blur the lines of joy and duty. And as Elara stepped toward the light, she took one last breath, hoping against hope that there would be room for her heart in the midst of all this tradition, this binding, choking, suffocating tradition. Please, she breathed. Let there be change. And as the echoes of her plea faded into the night, a world of shadows and light awaited, ready to embrace her. But would it be as a princess, or would she find the strength to reclaim her own story? The answer lay somewhere in the depths of her heart, waiting to be uncovered, ready to challenge everything she knew. The future of royal weddings trembled on the edge of possibility, and Elara was at its center. The clock struck midnight, its eerie chime echoing through the empty hallways of the old mansion, each strike a thunderclap in the quiet of the night. I stumbled into the dim light of the parlor, the air thick with memories and unspoken truths. Shadows flickered like ghosts against the walls, dancing in the flickering candlelight, whispering the secrets of fractured hearts and shattered loyalties. It was here that everything would break apart or come together, an explosion of raw emotion that could tear the very fabric of our lives. I remember the way Lily stood there, her silhouette framed by the window, a tempest brewing in her dark eyes. Her breath came in sharp gasps, each exhale a testament to the chaos swirling inside her. How could you? The words cut through the silence like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. I could feel the weight of her betrayal like a stone crushing my chest. Trust, once a sacred bond, now lay shattered at our feet, a cruel reminder of what had been. And then there was Mark, his face pale, eyes glistening with unshed tears, a storm of emotion swirling behind the facade of calm he fought so hard to maintain. He leaned against the doorframe, defiant yet broken, a man caught between love and loyalty. I didn't mean for it to happen, he murmured, voice barely a whisper. But the truth was simple and cutting, his heart had betrayed us both, drawn into a web of desires that neither of us had anticipated. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that surged between us, binding us together in misery. I could hear the sound of my own heartbeat, pounding in my ears, drowning out the world, drowning out the memories that clawed at my mind. The summer nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of futures that felt so close, yet so impossibly far away. The laughter that echoed in the halls, now twisted into a cacophony of questions and accusations. What did you think would happen? I spat out, anger and hurt spilling from my lips like poison. Did you think love could survive on lies? Each word hung in the air, heavy, suffocating. I watched the shift in Mark's gaze, the flicker of fear, guilt, and something darker that I couldn't quite place. I thought I could have both, he admitted, his voice trembling, shattering the fragile facade he'd built. But I was wrong. The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm opening beneath us, ready to swallow us whole. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows deepening, the mansion, once a sanctuary, transformed into a prison of our own making. Every creak of the floorboards echoed the fractures in our relationship, a reminder that nothing was truly solid anymore. Lily turned, her eyes wide, betraying a vulnerability that she had long masked with bravado. "You think this is easy for me," she choked out, the anger melting into despair. "You think it didn't tear me apart to choose? But Mark, he sees me. He sees my scars." I wanted to scream, to shake her, to make her understand how it felt to have the ground pulled from beneath you. I remembered the nights I held her while she cried, her pain spilling into my heart like ink on a page. But that connection, once a lifeline, now felt like a shackle, binding me to a past that was slipping away. And what about us, Lily? What about everything we built? Each heartbeat echoed the truth that we were standing on the brink of destruction, tiptoeing along the fine line between love and loyalty. I could feel the rift widening, the chasm of betrayal yawning before us, and the ghost of what might have been haunted every corner of the room. The shadows whispered of dreams unfulfilled, of laughter turned to ash, and I could almost taste the bitterness on my tongue. Mark stepped forward, desperation laced in his voice. "I never meant to hurt you. You have to believe me." But belief felt like a distant star, unreachable and cold. The warmth we once shared now mingled with frost, creating a storm that threatened to consume us all. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape this nightmare, but the truth was that there was nowhere to go. The very air we breathed was thick with memories, entwined with promises that had long since been broken. I was trapped in a web of emotion, each strand a reminder of the love that had once been so simple, so pure. Tears streamed down my face, hot and unrelenting. "You think this is just about you?" My voice cracked, raw and jagged. "You think you can just walk away from this? From me?" Every word felt like a dagger, piercing the heart of the only two people left who mattered. Lily's face crumpled, her own tears slipping free, blurring the lines of anger and sorrow. "I wanted to fight for us, but I had to choose," she whispered, the admission slashing through the air like a knife. "And I chose wrong." The word hung between us, a suspended moment of truth that threatened to unravel everything we had ever known. I could feel the floor shifting beneath my feet, the walls closing in, suffocating me in the weight of my own tangled emotions. And then, as if summoned by our shared anguish, the clock chimed once more, a harbinger of change and impending doom. The shadows lengthened, wrapping around us like a cloak, and I knew that this moment would define us forever. Love and loyalty, tested to the breaking point, with the promise of a reckoning looming just beyond the horizon. I remember standing there, caught in a storm of heartbreak and betrayal, knowing that whatever came next would reshape us in ways we could not yet comprehend. The air crackled with potential, a promise of destruction and rebirth, an unwritten chapter waiting to be penned in blood and tears. As time slipped away, the threads of our lives intertwined, fraying at the edges, begging for a resolution that felt unattainable. The mansion, once a bastion of love, now stood as a monument to our failures, whispering the echoes of our choices into the eternal night. And in that haunting silence, we stood on the precipice of what might come next, the weight of our love and loyalty pressing down, ready to test the very essence of who we were. The night air clung to me like a shroud, electric and suffocating. A distant scream punctuated the silence outside, sharp and agonizing, a reminder that danger was an uninvited guest, prowling just beyond the flickering streetlights. I stood, heart racing, in the dimly lit hallway of our old house, the floorboards creaking like whispers of ancient secrets as I shifted. The walls felt alive, pulsing with the weight of memories, both sweet and bitter. It was the worst night, but I didn't know it yet. I remember my mother's face, drawn tight with worry, her eyes glistening like storm clouds. She paced the living room, hands wringing together, her breath hitching every time the clock ticked. Tick-tock. Each second felt like a countdown to catastrophe. "You should have never gone out," she murmured, her voice trembling, threading through the air like a desperate prayer. "I had to," I shot back, defiance bubbling beneath the surface. "I had to see him." My throat was raw, the words left a bitter aftertaste. Aaron. The name echoed in my mind like a ghost that wouldn't let go. I could feel the heat of the argument rising again, the unspoken words dangling between us, heavy and unyielding. My mother, ever the protector, was a wall of anxiety, and I, rebellious and restless, was the storm raving against it. I remember the way Aaron had looked at me that night, eyes burning with a desperate fire, as we huddled under the old oak tree. "We'll be fine," he promised, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his gaze. I should have listened. I should have turned back. But the pull of his smile, the warmth of his hand in mine, drew me deeper into the night, deeper into the abyss. The clock chimed like a tolling bell as fear began to seep into the cracks of my resolve. I turned, eyes scanning the shadows that loomed in the corners of the room. Suddenly, there was a crash from outside, like thunder ripping through the night. My mother gasped, and every instinct in my body screamed to run, to hide, to escape this suffocating moment. Time bent and twisted, the air thick like honey. I caught a glimpse of my younger brother, Tommy, peering from behind the staircase, eyes wide, innocent, yet somehow aware of the encroaching darkness. "What's happening?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I wanted to comfort him, to assure him that everything would be all right, but the truth clawed at my throat. "Stay here," I commanded, but my heart wavered. I knew I was not even certain of my own safety. The world outside was fraying at the edges, the seams of reality unraveling just as swiftly as my grip on hope. I remember standing at the window, the chill of the glass seeping into my bones, watching the chaos unfold. Shadows danced in the streets, flickering like lost souls. I could hear the shouts, the panic rising like steam off boiling water. It was a cacophony of despair, a symphony of fear that played relentlessly, echoing the worst thoughts in my mind. Was it the gang that had been terrorizing the neighborhood? Or something much more sinister lurking in the dark? I was torn between the intoxicating urge to go out, to find Aaron, and the overwhelming need to protect my family. The conflict gnawed at my insides like a wolf at the door. I remembered the stories my grandmother had told me, warnings laced in her words. When shadows appear, do not seek the light, for it may lead you to your doom. But I was too young for caution. Too drunk on rebellion. I had to know what was happening. Each heartbeat drummed a battle cry in my ears. The need to act, to confront the approaching danger, spiraled within me like a wildfire. And then, without thinking, I was out the door, a comet hurtling into the night, leaving behind the safety of home. The streetlights flickered ominously, casting long shadows that danced and recoiled as I ran. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel the weight of every choice pressing down on me. "Where are you going?" His voice cut through the chaos, Aaron, breathless, wild-eyed. He emerged from the darkness, his face streaked with dirt and fear. "You shouldn't be out here. I had to find you." The words spilled out, raw and unfiltered, drawing us closer. But even as I reached for him, the shadows shifted, and a chill raced through me. Something was wrong. I remember the moment reality twisted. A figure loomed, a silhouette against the street's glow, wide and menacing. My heart seized in my chest, breath hitching as I turned to run, but something held me back. The air crackled with dread. I saw it then, the flash of a blade, glinting like a star dying in the night. "Run!" Aaron shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. My feet felt anchored to the ground, a cruel irony. I had wanted to be brave, but now fear paralyzed me. I heard the sirens wailing in the distance, a haunting lullaby of hope and despair. The world around me blurred as adrenaline surged. My heart thundered, time stuttered, and with each pulse, my choices echoed louder in my mind. Would I have the courage to protect what I loved? Or would fear consume me whole? And in that moment, the night became a living nightmare, a tapestry woven with dread and heartbreak. The weight of my decisions collapsed upon me like a suffocating blanket. I was lost, adrift in a storm of chaos, the legacy of that worst night unfurling before me, destined to haunt generations. As I stumbled back toward home, the shadows beckoned, whispering of choices made and paths untaken. I could feel them curling around me, filling the air with a sense of foreboding that would linger long after the night had ended. Tick-tock, the clock echoed in my mind, a reminder that time was relentless. And as the sirens grew louder, I knew this night would never truly end. It would live in our hearts like a sinister ghost, a cautionary tale passed down through generations. A reminder that the worst night was just the beginning.